and welcome to, I think this must be our third emergency meeting, maybe our fourth, and we're into I was going to say the last week of the lockdown, but I won't be premature on that. I'll say the fourth week of the lockdown. So I hope people are staying safe, and hope people are coping with the challenges that this poses for all of us. We begin with apologies. I've had no apologies received. Are there any apologies that have been passed on? Sandra says no, so we don't need to move that. Declaration of interest. Is there any councillor that needs to declare an interest in terms of the agenda items today? If not, we'll move on to confirmation of minutes. I have one set of minutes from the 9th of April 2020. I'll move and I'll ask for a seconder, please.
I'll second that, Phil.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cashmore seconded that we confirm the ordinary meetings of the meeting held on the 9th of April. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Passed. Petitions, there are no petitions. Public input. I had two requests for public input. The first was one in relation to item 8, accessible streets. That was declined under Standing Order 7.7.2 as it was only received this morning and it was therefore out of time. We have a second request from the Auckland Ratepayers Alliance, Jordan Williams and Joe Holmes, on the impact of the current financial situation on ratepayers. As per usual in public requests, I'll ask our presenters to limit their comments between them to no more than 5 minutes, and then we will have up to 3 questions if that is required. So I'll just actually, before I double check whether I've got Jordan and Joe on the line, can I ask Sandra to do a quick roll call to check that that I know that we've got all our councillors online at the moment. Sandra, please.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Present.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
IMSB member Blair.
Present, yes, present, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
Yeah, I'm here, Sandra.
Councillor Collins.
Yes, I'm present.
Councillor Combe.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Present.
Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Darby.
Morida.
Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Fletcher is there. I saw something from her to say that she had no sound at the moment. So it's no good advising Councillor Fletcher to ring in if she's having trouble with the Skype. But if somebody maybe can get hold of her, Sandra, maybe a little later, just to make sure that she is getting sound.
I actually do have Councillor Fletcher up, so I'm assuming that she is actually there at the moment. Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, I'm here.
Councillor Mulholland.
Present.
Councillor Newman.
Good morning.
Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Simpson is online. We just have not got her at present. Councillor Stewart.
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
IMSB Chair Taipere.
Kia ora.
Councillor Walker.
Good morning.
With pleasure.
Councillor Watson.
Present, miss.
I like that.
Councillor Young.
Good morning, thank you.
All present.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and hopefully we've got Chris and Desley able to communicate, but they are apparently online. Right, so can I just confirm that we have Jordan Williams and Joe Holmes online, please?
Joe here.
Joe, are you by yourself or are you with Jordan?
I'm with Jordan. He should be online too.
Okay, we'll just check and give Jordan a chance. Are you there, Jordan? Okay, Joe, you might be doing a solo act then if Jordan's not online for some reason. So can I just ask you to begin your presentation, and if you could keep that within the 5-minute requirement, please.
I will do. So good morning, Your Worship and councillors, and thank you for hearing us from this morning. My name is Joe Holmes. I'm the spokesperson for the Auckland Ratepayers Alliance, and I hope Jordan is somewhere with me. He was the executive director of our sister group, the New Zealand Taxpayers Union. Unlike nearly every group you hear from at these meetings, we will be the one that is not asking you to spend more money. In fact, the contrary, with so many households having to cut their cloth to the new economic reality, so must the council. We wish to speak to 2 points. The first concerning equitable pay cuts in the council to recognise the seriousness of the current financial situation, and the second about a rates freeze to avoid more than $200,000 and 60 are paid more than $300,000. These staff don't just have massive pay packets, but they also have the luxury of job security. I looked this morning at comparable figures in the UK. There, the local authority with the greatest number of employees whose remuneration was in excess of £100,000 or 200,000 New Zealand dollars was Essex Council with 35 employees. Essex Council serves 1.4 million, about the same as Auckland. Compare Essex's 35 to Auckland's 218. We are soon to publish the Auckland Council Town Hall Rich List, listing these officials. It would be great to see many of them volunteer to take the lead of the Mayor and share some of the economic burden that is falling on ratepayers. Now onto the rates freeze. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, our Alliance and the Union have run a joint campaign calling on councils around the country to place a freeze on rates. We're extremely concerned that Auckland Council is still a business-as-usual mindset. Unlike taxes paid to central government, mostly on income, spending and profits, rates do not reflect the household's cash flow or ability to pay. That means councils are not well placed to stimulate the economy. To take more money out of Aucklanders' pockets in rates to stimulate the Auckland economy would be a false economy. It would be far better to get off the backs of ratepayers. And that applies to targeted rates too. The accommodation provider targeted rate needs to go if we are to see much of that sector survive this year. But more broadly, we're here today to call for a council rates freeze in order to ensure ratepayers, many of whom are now unemployed or facing cuts in hours, are not burdened with additional costs in the coming year. We understand this will require council to make cuts in spending in some areas, particularly since other income sources will be under threat. Unfortunately, any other pathway will simply saddle ratepayers with higher costs when they can least afford it. We have a number of suggestions of what is no longer needed, but the most obvious way to cut costs is payroll. Without naming names, the claims made year after year that we need higher rates to cover infrastructure investments have been dishonest when you consider that while rates income has increased by 30.4% between 2012 and 2019. Staff costs have increased by 39.1% over the same period. With the government willing to fund shovel-ready capital projects, the capital expenditure is a bit of a red herring in terms of rates. The real question is, what are you going to cut? Wasteful or low priority spending? I think that's when you're going to cut wasteful or low priority spending. So that ratepayers know that you stand with them and not against them. Christchurch City Council is the only council in New Zealand that has higher liabilities per ratepayer than Auckland Council. Mayor Leanne Dalziel has found the room to commit to a rates freeze. If she can do it, so can you. We are happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Joe. That was just within time, so well done. You'd prepared that. Prepared to entertain up to 3 questions if there are questions today. Can you please indicate to me if you'd like to ask a question? So,
I'll go away, Mr. Mayor.
okay, Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Thank you very much, sir. And thanks for your submission, Joe. You're always consistent in giving us a good lecture from time to time, which is, that's absolutely fine. I just want to check with you that your Auckland Ratepayers Alliance understands the savings that Council has already made in operational expenditure over the past 10 years. You're aware that figure's the thick end of $300 million?
That's over 10 years, yes.
And you're aware that the capital program is there to fund key infrastructure, both social and networking, for our population growth, which is probably close to 40,000 per annum averaging the past 3 years.
Yeah, we understand that.
We therefore understand that those bring significant cost pressures to council, and that we are funding depreciation and the growing pressures of provision of infrastructure through CapEx, which has to pay interest on, which is operational expenditure.
We understand all of that, yes.
Yeah, if I can, it's Jordan Williams here. If I can just jump in on that point, I think we certainly support the government's initiative to provide local government with funding for capital expenditure going forward in the short and medium term. But I think from a ratepayer's perspective, I mean since 2012 the nominal rates growth has been just over 30%. The nominal costs and staff has been 39.1%. It's very clear that as a proportion, the staff costs as opposed to the capital expenditure has actually been what's gobbled up most of the increases in the council's revenue. And what we're saying is that this year, the council needs to find savings. There actually is some slides to go with Joe's presentation, but with the problems with Skype, we've been unable to upload them, but I have emailed them to the meeting secretary.
Thank you. Second question, Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joe, thank you for your presentation. The presentation focused a lot around the savings and making cuts, but I just wondered if the organisation had any comment about Council's ability to tweak or change its own regulatory duties and any stimulus that the Council could bring to the Auckland economy that way. Do you have a comment in that area at all? Thank you.
Jordan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I mean, probably the key message would be to get out of the way. I mean, if there are regulatory responsibilities of the council, now would be the time to take a very serious look at those, just like central government is doing, and seeing what are areas where we can get out of the way of businesses and households from being able to help them or get us out of this financial mess. That would be the main thing. Just in terms of stimulus, I've been to re-emphasise Joe's point that it's a bit of a false economy to be rating Auckland as more, and of course rates aren't based on the ability to pay, in order to stimulate the Auckland economy. That would be a false economy when so many of our members and supporters are themselves losing their jobs.
Thank you. Last question, Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is to Jordan Williams. As you know, Jordan, council, local government is a creature of statute, and we are struggling with the statutory timelines that we're required, in this case with an annual budget of the 30th of June. It's very difficult to get the quality of information we need with these extraordinary times. Would you be encouraging us to lobby central government to try and get an extension in some way? And the second question that you might care to answer on, do you understand the moves that council has made in recent years to try and move towards the statutory depreciation that is required of us? So I have those two.
Yeah, on the first one, yes, I absolutely support that. And of course, councils do have the ability to quite quickly get something before Parliament through a local bill. But from a broader perspective, the annual plan process probably isn't fit for purpose in these circumstances. I think all councils across the country are going to go through the current process, but then in 6 months' time, we don't know what the economic situation will be like, and it may actually be sort of like a second mini-budget round or annual plan adjustments halfway through the year. And obviously that's not reflected in the legislation, but now would be the time to think about that. I mean, Auckland also has some pretty unique challenges. I mean, I don't underestimate the challenge of your chief executive and CFO moving on in the coming months. We haven't put it in our presentation, but that's certainly something I'd encourage councillors to seriously consider. Obviously, it's up to those individuals, but that only increases the challenges of what are going to be tough decisions, not only between now and the finalisation of this annual plan, but also in the months to come as we see those economic consequences, which are now only forecasts.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move that.
Sorry, there was the second part to my
question about depreciation, Jordan.
Yeah,
missed that part.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly we've seen across the country a lot of councils sort of tap into that those funds set aside for depreciation and renewal. I must admit, I'm not up to speed with the precise situation in Auckland, but aware of the general problem across the country. And I'd certainly encourage the council, and having had briefings on your meetings over the last few weeks, these shovel-ready projects are certainly to use what the government's offer to get as much renewal as you can to get the infrastructure into the best possible shape going forward.
Thank you very much, and we have put in bids, I think, up to $7 billion for the shovel-ready projects. That's probably about 3 or 4 times the amount of money that will be in the entire fund for the whole country. Look, I'll move that we receive the public input from Jordan and Joe, and to thank for their attendance. And that's, I'm sorry, that's Chris Fletcher seconding?
That was Chris Fletcher.
Yeah, seconded by Chris Fletcher. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Carried. Thank you very much, Jordan and Joe. We come to item 6 on the agenda, local board input. One was received from Mangere Otahuhu Local Board, but Chair Lydia Sosene has agreed not to present on the basis that the local board feedback has been received and will be attached to our submission to government. Item number 7 is extraordinary items, and I've been notified by Councillor Chris Darby that he would like to put on the agenda the Auckland International Airport share purchase plan. There's some question about whether it meets the requirements, but I'm happy as chair to accept that, Chris. So we can accept that, and that will appear on item number 11 of the agenda. I think I need to move that it be accepted on the agenda, obviously seconded by Councillor Darby. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. We come to item...
Thank you, Mayor, for accepting that. I was required to send through something last night to you and the senior advisor supporting you. Is that motion not therefore required? I was required to present a motion, which I did. That's not visible to the members currently.
And not visible to me. Sandra, could you just clarify that? Do we need a motion? Sorry, it's Sandra's just working on this at the moment. Oh, okay, it should be on the screen now that basically that the Emergency Committee consider an extraordinary item, which is about AIAL, and then the reasons why the matter wasn't on the agenda. So we're considering the item. I think that's the recommendation. So that's what we've just moved, that we will consider that item. Okay,
so,
thank you.
Yes, so just sorry to be pedantic, but I was grilled yesterday, and you've just alluded to the fact that it may not have qualified. So I'm just making sure that it is that motion that is moved. You moved it, and I seconded it.
That's the one that's on your screen at the moment, Councillor.
Look, I can't quite see that on my screen, but
it basically sets out. Yeah,
Thank you.
A1 and 2, and it sets out the reasons why the matter cannot be delayed. I think the matter is worthy of consideration, whether or not it meets the strict definition of extraordinary items. So I've accepted it on that basis, and we've now voted to consider that as an extraordinary item. So
Okay,
thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry.
Sorry, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm just raising a point of order. So it's just I'm having
Councillor
trouble.
Collins.
Thank you. I'm just having trouble with my Skype at the moment. I was just wondering, would you be kind enough to read the motion, just because I can't see it at the moment? I'm in by phone. Thank you, Mayor.
It's a rather long one, so I'll just read the headline motion, which is consider an extraordinary item, Auckland International Airport Share Purchase Plan at item 11, consideration of extraordinary items of this agenda. Then going on to note that it's not on the agenda because management hadn't provided advice to councillors on the strategic stake in AIA, and the reason why it can't be delayed is because councillors haven't received information on it, and it is a current matter, but the placement offer was only open for 1 day, so it's not current in the sense that there can be a change of position on that. It came and it went, but that's the motion. I hope that helps, Councillor Collins. So we arrive at item number 8, COVID-19 briefing and the Auckland Emergency Management Status Update. Every councillor, I think, attended the audit and risk meeting on Tuesday. I'm trying to remember which day of the week it is now, and so we received a fairly full briefing at that point. But I'll ask Mace Ward, the Group Controller for this week, to lead off, and Ian Maxwell, the Director of Executive Programs, to add anything, and then we'll run through the list of questions. I'll take questions and brief comments together, I think, to get through the item as expeditiously as possible. So have we got Mace on the line?
I'll start, Your Worship, Ian Maxwell.
Oh, Ian, thank you.
So look, thank you very much. Look, Mace and I will be brief this morning. We know you've got a full agenda, and as the Mayor just outlined, there was some briefing earlier in the week. So what Mace will do is we'll take you through just quickly where we are with respect to the emergency response, and then I'll cover work in particular around the move, or the potential move, from Alert 4 to maybe Alert 3 and what the implications of that might be. So Mace, are you there?
I'm present. Thank you, Ian. Tēnā koutou, everyone. So would you like me to go now, Ian? Sorry, is that what you...
Yes, please.
All right. So just to take you through what our response in terms of welfare first, we've had 17,000 calls to our 800 number since that was stood up at the beginning of the event, and of those 10,300 requests for essential supplies and welfare packages. We have dispatched from the Spark Arena over 7,500 welfare essential supplies, including food. And in addition to that, we've also dispatched 270 packages to 5 other external community organisations, LifeWise and Asylum Seekers Support Trust. The other area that's significant is 500 homeless and rough sleepers have been accommodated. So I think that rounds up where we're at with welfare. It is worth noting that of the 10,000 requests we've had, 6,000 of them relate to 5 local board areas, and those local board areas, Mangakeki, Tamaki, Otara Papatuitui, Mangere Otahu, Papakura and Manirewa. There is also another group of local boards, particularly in West Auckland, so Fo, Henderson, Massey, Puketipapa, and perhaps more centrally Albert Eden, that have more than 500 requests for them. In terms of the regional isolation and quarantine coordination, so this is the coordination of people returning or leaving, foreign nationals leaving New Zealand. We continue to to work in that area very strongly. We now have 8 hotels, and of those hotels we have 1,259 people we are hosting in those hotels. We're expecting a large arrival this weekend from India of 1,200 people. And in the past 24 hours, we've had 323 people arrive. But people are starting to come to the end of their 14 days isolation, and they're being repatriated as they can be to their homes in New Zealand. We have stood up the recovery function with a view to, as Ian mentioned, but from an emergency management function of how we manage the recovery from the response. Going to probably level 2 is where we'll really start to shift from a response to recovery. In terms of some of the operations, we've made some changes and sent messages out about particularly tsunami warnings. So those messages are to leave home, not stay at home, and save lives as the COVID-19 messages. And we haven't, I think as I may have mentioned before, we haven't done the annual tsunami test, so we didn't send confusion. The other area we've got, the New Zealand Police will be conducting an additional survey this weekend on Great Barrier Island around Aotea of those vessels that are moored there and in isolation, and reminding the skippers of their responsibilities and checking on their welfare as well. We've also had, as of end of business yesterday, some of our staff, particularly from Auckland Libraries and Information Team, deployed into the Ministry of Social Development, and they've completed over 9,000 outreach calls to vulnerable members of the community, particularly those over 70 years, averaging 2,000 calls a day. There have been very few follow-ups required, only less than 30 follow-ups have been required. The Pauwhakarai function sitting in emergency management has Ministry of Social Development, including residents that are registered. So that's the last thing. The other thing I would say, we're retaining separation between the groups to make sure we have a good resilience for teams to respond to this emergency, but also we are retaining capability to respond to any other weather events or emergency event, including what we understand will be a response to ongoing drought. So that's my summary.
All right, look, thank you, Mace. Just briefly, with respect to Auckland Council, we've had no further COVID cases, no further staff testing positive. We've had 3 altogether, and they're all either recovered or recovering. Our essential services are all operating well, so Auckland Transport is delivering a weekend related service across the city. Auckland Water Care are maintaining their services, so essentially council's services are running well. We've spent quite a bit of time over the last 7 days looking at the financial implications for council, and clearly you'll be looking at that in a bit more detail later on in this meeting. We've also put time into recovery, so advance payments to suppliers who would have otherwise been able to be paid during the 4-week lockdown has been put in place. You're aware we've developed the 73 shovel-ready projects, and also the Mayor has established a business council with the support of ATEED. Perhaps the key piece of work we're looking at right now relates to the potential move from alert level 4. So this afternoon, we're expecting to find out from central government with a great deal more clarity as to what is involved with levels 3 and levels 2. The general focus seems to be that there'll be a move away from what might be regarded as essential activities or services or people to safe activities, services and people. So whether activities can be managed safely. And next Monday, a decision will be made by Cabinet as to whether the country or parts of the country may move off level 4. And so we're gearing up about what the implications of that would be for Auckland Council. And to be fair, if the move is made from 4 to 3, there are impacts, but they're not huge, they're not significant. So things like construction sites are likely to be able to open, better access to transfer stations, small gatherings, more maintenance, but our libraries, pools, sports facilities, camping will all remain, or likely to remain closed under a level 3. And in terms of the occupation of our buildings, clearly those staff who are vulnerable, aged over 70 or pregnant or have other issues that make them more vulnerable to the virus would be working from home. And in fact, the majority of our staff are likely to be working from or continue to be working from home, but those that come in would be working within buildings with sort of strong social distancing and hygiene, etc. operating. The other area that we're working with is with Watercare. So Watercare have now advised that water restrictions could very well be likely by the end of April. And so we're working with them to ensure that that as a council group we are reinforcing the message around water restrictions when they come through, and also that there's a messaging and communication which is consistent with saving water but also managing the virus in an appropriate way. So look, I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Ian and Mace, for that. That's pretty full. Yeah, just on your last point, I have been notified by Watercare that they will be approaching council to look at the prospect of mandatory restrictions. They start reasonably nominally with restrictions on use of hoses to water gardens, wash cars, clean down houses, etc. And probably I just see on the forecast we've had a bit of rain each day this week, not enough to start filling the dams, but at least to relieve people of the need to water their gardens. Look, we have had a full session on this earlier in the week, but I'll run through the list and just ask each councillor, if you've got a specific question, please ask it and a brief comment. But if you don't feel the need to ask it, that's equally fine. In fact, that will be preferable in terms of getting through our agenda today. So I'll start with the top of the list, Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Just thanks to Ian and Mace, no questions.
Thank you. Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Thank you to Ian and Mace, and no questions from me.
Thank you. Now, I'm not sure whether we've got Renata Blair on the line. Ren, are you there?
Yeah,
no,
thanks.
Yep, thank you. No questions. Councillor Kathy Casey.
Yeah, I have a question, Phil. Mace, you mentioned the volume of calls to the call centre and that some board areas were using that means of communication more than others. As ward councillor for Puti Tapapa and Albert Eden, I'd be very interested in finding out what the issues are, and I'm sure that would be the same for other councillors whose local boards you mentioned. Have you done an analysis of the issues that are coming in from those board areas?
We can provide those out to councillors, Councillor Casey, but largely most of the issues are for essential supplies, so okay, food and home items.
Thank you very much. Councillor Efeso Collins.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Pipacoom.
Tēnā korua. Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did just have a question for Mace or Ian, just about the essential work that has been going on, and if there's going to be some more communications regarding what that essential work has to happen while we're still in lockdown. And I'm thinking about the fact that we've had some essential workers harassed carrying out essential work, and I just wondered if there was still a plan. We heard earlier in the week that there was going to be more comms going out just so that people know exactly what needs to happen during this time. Thank you.
Perhaps I can respond to that. There has been some information gone out around that, and we haven't had another issue. And the individuals involved with that complaint have been approached by the police. So we haven't had an issue of late.
Thank you. That's good news. Councillor Linda Cooper.
No comment, but yeah, it's really good to get the update so we know what's happening and we can help respond to our community.
Thank you. Councillor Angela Dalton.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Darby.
No question, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Alf Filipina.
No thanks.
Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ian, I guess I'm just trying to understand, for those big projects like the CRL and so forth, there's obviously an appetite for trying, while the streets are so quiet, to get work underway. Are you saying that there's a possibility, therefore, if we move to level 3, that perhaps some of those major construction sites could kickstart?
Essentially, yes. It depends on how they are managed. So the key point will be maintaining distance between workers and any adjacent people. But the view seems to be, and look, it needs to be confirmed with some of the material that comes out this afternoon from central government, but the view seems to be that that construction type activities may be able to be managed in a safe way, and where they can be managed in a safe way, they'll be consistent with level 3.
Thank you. Councillor Shane Henderson, and a belated happy birthday for yesterday, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher stole my question, which I thought was a great one, so nothing from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Hills.
Yeah, thank you. Just a big shout out to all the staff and all of you for working ridiculous hours and doing a lot of things under a lot of pressure. I just want to ask my normal question on just how the support for staff is going, how we're being able to reaching out to those who aren't working and those who are, and just sort of an idea of how people are going. Just a short answer is probably fine, but I just want to ensure that there's enough health and mental health, and also just some positivity behind people, because after today's confidential and other things, information being sent out, it might put people in further distress.
So thank you, Councillor. Essentially, the programs I've outlined earlier are continuing. I suppose what has changed is that our people leaders have really, or many of them, have got into a great process of working with their teams, getting in contact with them. So look, the issues exist, they've plateaued, but I think what's occurring is the sort of informal links that are taking place across our organisation within the teams is working very well.
Thank you. Councillor Tracy Mulholland.
Thanks, Your Worship. I put my comments in the conversation part. I really acknowledge the work that's been going on to help the community of Whau, so it's in the conversation element.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Newman.
Yes, thank you. Can I ask the officers to go back to Watercare, but prior to us having to move to restrictions, Watercare needs to confirm that they're accessing all water sources. I don't think they are. Certainly, if Hayes Creek is currently not online, then that's a problem. So I think before Watercare moves to restrictions, they need to confirm that they have done everything possible to ensure that all water sources are being accessed.
I can follow that up. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we do move to mandatory restrictions, I think it would be appropriate to have the Chief Executive or the Chair here just to talk to the situation and answer questions from councillors. So perhaps if we can take a note of that, Sandra, that we may include that on a future agenda. Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Ian, thank you for your presentation. I just want to pick up on a point that Councillor Casey was touching on, and appropriately your presentations have focused a lot on what Auckland Council has been doing, but are you able to summarise in terms of from the ratepayers' point of view, rather than councils taking the angle from council but focusing on our customers, the main concerns that you're hearing coming in through the call centre, Ian? Is there a way you can summarise that? Is it around food parcels or other things?
Look, I think Mace may be able to chip in here too, but I think the level of layoffs and unemployment has been very significant. So we regularly meet with a variety of government agencies who are primarily responsible for benefits and other sorts of support services to New Zealanders. And there's no doubt there's been a big increase, and they're coping. The terms of the government departments are coping. But look, I think the level of employment or unemployment is going to be high across our city.
Thank you very much. Ian, Councillor Desley-Simpson.
Oh, thanks, Your Worship. Ian and team, congratulations. I just wanted to make the point that I don't think it's every day Auckland Council gets an acknowledgement from the royal family, which we did. So I think that's got to be a bit of a first. So congratulations on that for the work that we're doing with regards to using Spark Arena.
Yeah, that was good to get on their Twitter site. God save the Queen. Councillor Sharon Stewart.
Yes, I just want to thank Ian and Mason and all the team. That you were talking about the Alert 4, you're going to get some more information from the government later on today. Can you just make sure that as you get that information that the councillors are also updated with that information? Thank you.
Yes, we'll include it in the briefing material that comes out to you.
Thank you. IMSB Chair David Taipere.
Kia ora, Your Worship. No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wayne Walker.
No questions.
Thank you. Councillor John Watson.
Just in terms of the comment about the potential water restrictions, concurrent with that and indeed predating the COVID-19, we had this acute water crisis with people on tanks. So I would be interested to know what the information is on the ground in respect of how the carriers are continuing to cope with that, given that there's been no real rain and there was massive waiting lists right up through March when the last time I checked. So do we have any intelligence on what's happening with those water tank communities as of the moment?
Ian or Mace on that?
Your Worship, just to provide Councillor Watson with assurance that the water tankers continue to operate, and they are able to cope. And Watercare has also acknowledged that those supplies will not be restricted as we get into other potential restrictions in the short term.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, we'll try and get something more specific on that. The last report I read was that we'd provided in the hundreds of millions of litres to people on tank water, and that the severity of the problem had largely been addressed. But maybe, Mace, if we can just get something specific from our Healthy Waters and Watercare people on that, we could report more specifically. We have had enough rain to start to fill the tanks again in most areas, but maybe not all. Councillor Paul Young. Councillor Young, are you there? No, we've lost Paul. So I'd like to move that we receive the report and thank. Could I have a councillor second that, please?
I'll do that.
I will.
Okay, I think I heard the Deputy Mayor first. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
Carried. We come now to item number 9, which is the submission on the Local Government Rating of Whenua Māori Amendment Bill. And I've had a note from Councillor Filipaina, and I'll just ask him to speak to this. The deadline was the 17th of April, but I understand that's now been extended, Councillor, to the 17th of May. So if people felt that we needed to give more time to this submission, we could defer it. But could I invite Councillor Filipaina just to speak to that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Look, as a member of Te Maruata, which is the regional Māori elected members for local government, I received an email this morning saying that it had been extended to the 17th of May. As a courtesy, I contacted Andrew Duncan and the Deputy Mayor and tried to get hold of you, Your Worship. I'm suggesting that this particular item be deferred to another emergency committee meeting, which allows the local boards to have the time to put in a submission. My understanding is that Māngere or Tāhui are at the moment the only board that has submitted, and this month allows everything to be done, and then if those local boards that choose to put in submission, it gets appended, well then I think it just ties it up into one bundle. Other options when I spoke to Andrew were that we end up passing the submission and then waiting for local boards to submit afterwards. But my preference, I think, is to get it all done in one bundle and put it through to another emergency committee meeting.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Councillor. Were there other comments on that? I think staff are quite relaxed about that, and if there's no urgency, I'm very happy to defer it till a later occasion. But were there any other views on that?
I'll just jump in as well and just say that I've had a chat to Councillor Filipaina this morning, and for the future I'd love to be involved in terms of authorising minor amendments if needed as well. I've got quite a familiarity with the issue.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
Yep.
Councillor Sayers here, Your Worship. I think we should defer and get on with the other business on the agenda.
I'm about to move that we defer this item to allow further input given the extension of the deadline date for the submissions. That's seconded by Councillor Filipaina. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. Thank you very much. We come to item 10 on the agenda, which is the Auckland Council submission on the Accessible Streets regulatory package. And maybe just to put the motion on the table, Councillor Darby can, or Councillor Coombe, would you like to move, and Councillor Darby second that?
Thank you.
So Councillor Coombe, you're happy to move that?
Yes, I'm happy to move if Councillor Darby.
Right, so that's on the table, and I'll ask, I think we should have Alistair Cribbins and Robert Simpson on the line. Have we got Alistair and Robert there?
Kia ora, Moreno, Alistair here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're blurry a bit. You might need to step back from the microphone a bit. Okay. Let's give that a bit of a trial, and I'll ask you to introduce the item, please.
Is that any better?
It's a bit better, yeah, but still a bit harsh and blurry. If I both at the same time. Okay. Yeah, just stepping back from the mic a wee bit, and yeah, let's give it a go.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll also hopefully be joined by Robert Simpson soon, but I think he's just trying to rejoin the committee meeting, so the Skype meeting. So we'll see if he ends up through this. Just to the start, remind you because they are quite with this submission, and then there are 3 changes that I'll also identify as we run through from the draft submission in the. Sorry, let me see what I can do here. Is that any better? No, I'm getting the message that I'm.
We were losing you a little bit, but I think if you could persevere, we've got nearly 50 participants on the call, so it puts a bit of pressure on it sometimes.
I am getting a message that I'm too close to the microphone as well, but I can't stand much further away and still be near the computer. So yes, we will run through the update you on the local board feedback we've received on the progress of AT's submission and their current draft position. So Sandra, I think you're going to steer the presentation, are you? Or no, there you go, request control.
Yes, I think Sandra's steering it. Thank you.
There we go. Yep, now I've got it. We'll have it.
Okay, let's see what our problem is here. Alistair, have we still got you on the line, or have we lost you?
I am still here. No, I just don't seem to have any control of the. Oh, there we go.
Here we go. Yep.
Yes. Okay. Just very quickly, it's a collection of road user rules intended to do these things you can see on the screen. They're all very well, the intentions are very well aligned with Council's strategic priorities, in particular in the Auckland Plan, with focus areas such as making walking, cycling and public transport a preferred mode, moving to a safe transport network and developing a resilient transport system. It's also very well aligned with the Kāhui, the draft Auckland's climate action framework, and its supporting of sort of low emissions and zero emissions modes. So proposal 1 changes the vehicle and device definition, supports this position, seeks further to.
Alistair, it's breaking up quite a lot. I'm just wondering if we can't improve the quality on this, whether we can get you to ring in, and that might work. So if we just take a 1 minute break while Alistair's doing that, and as soon as he's online, we'll recommence the submission. Great. I think we can hear you okay. So we'll keep, if you keep your Skype on, you'll be able to read the screen. Well, that's not good. Okay, we'll have a view again, Alistair.
Okay, can you hear me now? I bet you. No, okay. Hold on 1 second. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yep, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to roll feedback myself, but that's important than you lot. So where were we, Sandra? Hello, is anybody there?
Yep, we can hear you, Alistair. I haven't got you on the screen.
Do you have a presentation in front of you? I guess is the question.
Have we got that up on screen, Sandra? Yeah, apparently so.
Oh, okay.
Not everybody's getting it, Sandra. If we can just double check. Here we are. That should be fine now.
Okay. So we were at proposal 1. I had summarised that, I believe, so proposal 2. Don't have, thank you, Sandra. So this change allows who can use the footpath and introduces conditions users need to follow to use the footpath. The council submission supports the new conditions for footpath use. I'd suggest having done some following work and more work this week and having discussed with the transport lead position, suggest changing the speed limit from 15 kilometres per hour to 10 kilometres per hour. This is also aligned with the feedback.
Sorry to interrupt, Alistair. I'm getting terrible sound. I think other councillors are the same. We may need to come back to this item if we can improve our technology. I'm not sure what else to suggest to you.
Okay.
the suggestion was, if you turn the sound off on your computer, let's see if that one works.
It is off on my computer.
Off already, so let's come up with another good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, just try it again for a moment, and if it's not good enough, we'll just have to come back when we've sorted out the technology on it.
He might have to ring in.
I think you are ringing in, Alistair, aren't you? You're on your phone line?
I am ringing in, and I have my computer muted.
That's good.
And
that's good
my
now.
speaker on my computer muted. Okay.
Hey, that's good. Please go ahead.
We will try that. So I've now disconnected from the computer thing, so I will just run through the presentation. I hope that, Sandra, you can keep up. So proposal 2.
With you.
Yep. Suggesting changing the speed limit from 15 kilometres to 10 kilometres per hour, as I mentioned, if you heard. This is following discussions with Auckland Transport on their draft position, and also this was in line with feedback I received from staff who make from the Internal and Universal Design Forum at Council. In relation to the larger proposal to allow cyclists to use the footpath, the draft submission does not support this, but instead supports an alternative proposal that is also put forward by Waka Kāhui, which is New Zealand Transport Agency, allowing cyclists up to the age of 16 to ride on the footpath, subject to, we've suggested some further amendments to allow over 65 and caregivers accompanying the under 16s or over 65s on those rides. Proposal 3 seeks to clarify who is allowed on shared paths and cycle paths and introduces conditions they need to follow. Partially supported that in the submission, but seeking changes to the default speed limit, which is currently supposed to be tied to the adjacent roadway, and suggested a default of 25 kilometres per hour for shared and paths and 50 for cycle paths. Proposal 4 allows transport devices, so that's e-scooters, push scooters, skateboards, and the like, in cycle lanes and paths, and that seems pretty straightforward and is supported. Proposal 5 seeks to introduce lighting reflector requirements, so the same as are currently required for bikes to powered transport devices at night. This is partially supported, but we have raised some points for the agency for Waka Kāhui to consider. This is getting quite detailed, and this part of the submission is phrased a little less definitively as the others. We have just put some items for them to consider and do some further work on. Proposals 6A and B, changing the priority of road users, allows cyclists in particular a little more priority and improves their safety. In these two minor tweaks that you can see on the slide here on the left, where a cyclist in a left turn lane would be able to go straight ahead, so this would allow them to not have to try and cross a lane to go straight ahead, which can put them in danger. It allows them to stay to the left-hand side of the road. In 6B, on the right-hand side, it would allow cyclists to pass slow-moving cars to the left of the car. Currently, they're allowed to do that if the cars are stopped, but if they're even just moving slowly at 5 kilometres per hour, they technically need to pass them on the right, so this allows them to stay to the left of those cars. These are both supported in the draft submission. Proposal 6C is primarily a matter of clarification, where users of separated paths, be they probably cycle paths, but potentially also in future, or any particular designs for public transport priority lanes that are physically separated from the road, those users who are travelling straight ahead will have priority over turning vehicles. That's the intention in the road rules at the moment, but is a little unclear, so this is trying to clarify that. Proposal 6D seeks to give priority to footpath, shared path and cycle path users over turning traffic where the necessary traffic control devices are installed. In the proposal, this is the two white lines you sort of see in that diagram there, where the users A, B, C there would have priority over both cars, drivers in D and E. This is partially supported in that we support the draft submission supports the intention, but seeks that this is rolled out more widely so that those markings are not required and it applies to all side streets. Proposal 7 mandates a minimum overtaking gap of cyclists and device users such as e-scooters when they're on the road. This once again is partially supported. We support the intention and the introduction of a minimum overtaking gap, but seek changes so that it applies to passing of users in cycle lanes, and also that the minimum overtaking gap is kept consistent at 1.5 metres. At the moment, the proposal is that it's 1 metre for up to 60 km/h roads and 1.5 for over that. Proposal 8 seeks to clarify what is needed for road control authorities to restrict parking on berms. This has is probably not as clear and as sort of efficient as expanding the definition of footpath to include the berm. We believe this would be more straightforward and be more simple to implement and to enforce. So we would suggest that change, to the to Proposal 8, or to the position on Proposal 8. Proposal 9 is another relatively straightforward one, in that it requires road users to give way to signalling buses pulling out of bus stops in areas up to 60 km/h speed limit. We support that. One minor suggestion is coming out from liaising with AT this week, and is also raised by a couple of the local boards that we've received feedback from, is to extend this to apply to buses merging from bus or priority lanes, such as T2 or T3 lanes, to give them priority in those situations as well. So those are the various proposals. We have received local board feedback from the 4 local boards that you can see there: Puketapapa, Otara, Papatoetoe, Papakura, and Henderson-Massey. We have given local boards, it's not quite aligned with this committee meeting, so we expect probably a bit more feedback to come in to attach to our submission, but these are the ones we've received to date. They're all broadly in line or supportive of Council's position. Just very quickly, the few areas where it slightly differs is Puketapapa does not support an age limit on cyclists on footpaths in relation to Proposal 2. Otara Papatoetoe supports the Council's submission, but has raised some points around greater funding being provided from central government to Auckland Transport to allow the safe infrastructure to be rolled out for pedestrian, cyclists and device users, in particular with an equity focus to ensure higher deprivation areas aren't neglected. Henderson-Massey supports the 16-year-old age limit for cyclists, but cautiously supports it being applied to all users with a large education campaign. And Papakura supports no age limit for cyclists, supports the speed limits specified in the package for shared path users in Proposal 3, and in Proposal 60, the giving way to pedestrians or footpath users going straight ahead does not support that proposal at all. The final slide here, AT's submission. They are working to different timeframes. To get board approval, they got an extension from Waka Kātahi, so they have an extra 2 weeks to do this, so they're a little bit behind where we are. I received a copy of the draft submission just yesterday afternoon, and they're generally aligned. Unsurprisingly, they are more focused on details and delving into the details of the road user rules and all the proposals, but broadly we are aligned in our general position, and we are supportive of the intention of all the proposals. The major differences, and I don't think they're even that major, but the ones I thought I would highlight, is Proposal 60. They are seeking a staged introduction of the giveaway rule, or the priority for pedestrians and footpath users over cars across side streets. They believe there are some safety issues with this, and would prefer it to be rolled out in speed management areas such as, I believe, the residential speed management and slow speed areas such as in Te Atatu South and the like, where a lot of pedestrian priority has been given, speeds have been slowed, and cars have to, there's a 30 km/h speed limit. Proposal 8, the berm parking proposal, rather than seeking that the definition of footpath is changed, they are seeking changes to the proposal itself put forward by Waka Kātahi. They still have the same aim to achieve the same result. They would like this played nationally. They would like, they don't want to have to put up signage. They are just taking a different approach within those regulatory changes and suggesting those changes are made to achieve the same result. So those are the main points of difference I'd summarise at the moment with their draft submission. And I believe that is it.
Thanks, Alistair, and we're really happy that we've got the technology sorted out. It was proving very challenging at the beginning. Look, I think we'll start with questions, and we'll go through the list, but I'll give priority to Councillor Coombe, who moved it, and then Councillor Darby and Bartley as the chair and the vice chair of the planning committee, where this paper would normally have gone to. So, Councillor Coombe, have you got any questions?
Oh, kia ora, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And thank you, Alistair, for the presentation. I'm glad we did get there with the technology, because this is a really important item. Just with regards to Proposal 2, and it's putting in place what happens informally at the moment with children being encouraged to ride on the footpath, and that's what schools ask students to do, just to be able to ride safely. In the submission, it talks about it, paragraph 32, that the proposal, or the question is, does the proposal allow authorities to restrict areas where riding on the footpath is not allowed, and how do you see that being put into practice? For example, would that be where you would say that the whole of, say, the core city centre and town centres might be locations where footpath riding by children is not encouraged, and how would it be put in place? Thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. I believe it would be put in place by a resolution of the road controlling authorities, and Auckland Transport would need to consult on that and follow guidelines developed by Waka Kotahi in applying it. I personally would not like to see it applied probably too widely. Obviously, Queen Street is the example that's always given around e-scooters, and would be a logical place to probably not permit riding on footpaths. How far that goes out to other streets such as town centres and the like would probably need to be determined, and you presumably need to do surveys around footpath users and a bit more of a study on what conflicts are actually happening and try to establish that evidence base. I believe there is a point in the submission that we are concerned that, and it might be around, yes, paragraph 32, as you've highlighted, that it would be useful for road controlling authorities to be able to do this in certain circumstances, but we do believe this should probably be limited and very well guided by guidance from Waka Kotahi, so that it does not become piecemeal and that it is used more in exceptional circumstances than everywhere.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, and I just wanted to, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to also clarify that I understand that the Waitemata Local Board has put forward a submission, and that should have come through yesterday, and they're very supportive of what's proposed and aligned with the council submission. So that should have been received, and hopefully it can be circulated and attached.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll check up on that one. Councillor Chris Darby.
Mayor, I don't have any questions, but just very, very quickly want to acknowledge Councillor Coombe's role here on behalf of the Planning Committee leading up to this stage, and Alistair's work as well. It's been really solid and timely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alistair. I did have a question around the proposal regarding the shared path and the speed limit, because a friend of mine suffered brain damage from getting hit by a cyclist on the shared path near the Northern Busway. So I'm wondering why we don't look at a lower limit on the shared path, similar to perhaps what we say for the footpath. And is there any way we can emphasise more on the enforcement? Because we do say a lot about public education, but we all know that people are going to abuse the limits. So what can we do about enforcement as opposed to relying on the police? Thank you.
Thank you. I guess the 25 kilometre that I proposed was primarily informed by trying to create sort of a hierarchy of infrastructure or spaces. In the case where a speed limit of around 10, or if it's 15 kilometres, if that's what Kāhui goes with, then obviously that we could implement that by not making it a shared path and making it a footpath. By having a similar speed limit between the shared paths and the footpaths, it would seem to be a bit redundant. This allows a bit more flexibility between those spaces. There is not a lot of science behind the 25 kilometres per hour I have picked, I'll admit that, but it seemed a sensible sort of position in between the speed limit on the footpath and the speed limit that we're proposing for cycle paths of 50 kilometres per hour. There is obviously the ability for road controlling authorities to change that, in particular in areas where shared paths are thinner or where there are a high number of pedestrians. The road controlling authority could reduce that, or in say, a part of a longer stretch of a shared path where there are a few pedestrians, it may actually be even possible to raise that, where there's likely to be few conflicts if the shared path is wide and there's few pedestrians that use that stretch of a shared path.
Thank you very much. Look, let's start at the bottom of the list now to go through for questions for other members of the Emergency Council. Councillor Paul Young, any questions? Sorry, I'm not getting any reply there. It may be that the councillor isn't there or his mic's off. Okay, we'll go up to Councillor John Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question on the rationale for who is allowed on the footpath and who isn't. I mean, what's the consistency between, say, a group of fourth-form boys hearing along on their bikes and being allowed on the footpath, and some, elderly person just starting off wanting to try and ride a bike or something, and they're not allowed on it. And I say that particularly in light of the fact that outside of the city centre, where there are constraints, probably the most unutilised piece of infrastructure council has is its footpaths, where there's just big swathes of suburbs where you virtually see no one walking or cycling for that matter. So I just really would appreciate some clarification on that rationale, given that we're looking to impose other expectations on behaviour, giving way to pedestrians, courteous behaviour and all the rest. That occurs in other countries on footpaths, and given the accessibility of footpaths outside of the city centre.
Yes, thank you. It's a good question, and this was probably the proposal I struggled most with in forming a position. This was based on the advice also we received from, I think I mentioned, the Universal Design Forum at Council, and concerns previously raised in the Disability Advisory Panel in the previous Council around e-scooter use, and also media reports around e-scooter use, that they're particularly the most vulnerable people in society. Some people are too scared to leave their house and go for a walk in their local neighbourhood. Trying to balance that against trying to allow a safe space for cyclists to learn and less confident cyclists to gain more confidence. I was concerned that allowing all cyclists to use it might be going a bit too far and might be prioritising cyclists a little too much and could have risks, and that I think introducing a sort of an age limit and limiting the number is probably the right way to go now. If that doesn't cause problems, I don't see why it couldn't be investigated in the future, but I think going the whole way right now could risk preventing some people leaving their house and really constraining their ability to get out and participate in society. And that was something I struggled with, how to balance that. This is the position I reached, but I can fully see that there are many positions that could be reached on this, and it was a tricky one. But that was, in my opinion, the best way to achieve the balance.
Thank you. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. A couple of comments. in our submission and what the government's proposing, we're talking about allowing skateboards and the like on cycle lanes, okay? And I just put to you that we're really opening the door there to potential problems, because I can tell you, if you're cycling along a cycleway and there's a skateboarder there, or multiple skateboarders, because sometimes these people are in groups, the enjoyment of the cycleway and the ability of cyclists to be mobile is going to be difficult. So do you have a response there?
Essentially, to acknowledge that could be a problem. It's my view that it's probably less of a problem. There is more similarities between cyclists and skateboarders than there are between definitely skateboarders and general traffic, and providing that ability for skateboarders to use the cycle path if that's available would be preferable. That's not to say they have to. They could also use the footpath if that is available. This just gives them the ability to choose to use a cycle path if that is available, and, for instance, if there are pedestrians in the footpath.
Thank you very much.
The other issue that I've raised is you've got differences in cycle paths. Some cycle paths are incredibly busy. They're almost arterials. Others are almost incidental. So I just put to you that we really need to have a measure of control there, so that we can have circumstances that reflect the use of the cycle paths.
Yes, agreed, and there is the ability through the proposals, similar to the shared path and the footpaths, for road controlling authorities to restrict the use of certain devices on certain stretches of cycle path. And similar to the footpath and the shared path proposal, we would support that. It is intended to be covered by the broader point around paragraph 32 of the submission, that yes, road control authorities could, where that becomes an issue, look to control that and restrict use of those spaces by certain devices.
Thank you very much. IMSB Chair, David Typery.
No questions, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Sharon Stewart.
Yes, I'm reasonably comfortable with the proposal. Speed is the thing that I'm really concerned about, especially along walkways, shared cycleways. Just through the lockdown, just on the Rotary walkway, some of the cyclists are going at extreme speeds, and I'd say they're more than 15. So, yep. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Desley Simpson.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, I've got a couple of questions, but a lot of questions actually, but I'll keep some main ones. I'm going to talk about speed for cyclists. So much of the proposal are based on keeping cyclists to a certain speed. Are we advocating that all cyclists have speed, some sort of speed device on their cycle so they know how fast they're going?
We're not advocating that. We could.
Well, it seems hard to say that you can only go up to a certain speed if there's no way of proving that you're doing that. It's subjective. Objective.
It is. Yep. There are some challenges with implementing or sort of the enforcement and people sticking to these rules. In my view, they're useful to sort of provide the expectations of the public. It will be difficult to enforce this at all times, and it will be difficult for people to know. But in my view, it's warranted in that it creates a clear expectation of people of the general intention and the speed that they're meant to go. And I would hope an an education campaign could provide more context around what a 10 or 15 or 25 kilometre per hour sort of speed is, to inform people and to educate people on that.
So that's my first main issue with this. The second thing, what is the fine we're suggesting, or are we suggesting a fine when people break the rules for speed?
We haven't suggested one. I believe there would, and there is one suggested by Waka Kātahi. I'm not too sure of the level of that. Sorry.
Okay. So that's another issue I have with this. The third point I have, and it's around vehicles who pull out of their driveway across a footpath to turn onto the road. There's nothing in this proposal that people should potentially, if you've got kids and old people, whatever, using footpaths for cycling, there should be a change in rule about how you exit your driveway, or because there potentially is a risk there, a safety risk. At the moment, I think, if they're not used to people being on the footpath, and a lot of people aren't, as a walker you can hear, but as a cyclist, I'm concerned that you're travelling at a greater speed, potentially, and you can't hear. So is there any thought of changing some rules around the practical implications of that?
I mean, there is already a rule in the road user rules that people entering and exiting driveways have to give way to footpath users. That would obviously apply, but I agree. I mean, that doesn't say, for instance, that they must exit their driveway, going forward rather than reversing. Those are rules we have in the unitary plan, I believe, on arterials, or at least the abilities for people to do that, but that isn't something that is applied widely. And you are right, all of these rules will require a pretty significant education campaign to ensure people are aware of these rule changes and that they need to be aware of these various circumstances, and that's one of them.
Right. Look, I've got a lot of questions, Your Worship. I won't hold it up, but I'll just mention a couple of things that I don't expect a reply for, but this my concerns around that. One is turning left, giving way to cyclists and buses. I get that completely, and I'm not thinking that's a bad thing, but it's the practical implications that if you are in a queue of traffic and you look and you can't, and there's nothing coming, you'll go to turn left in a vehicle and along comes a cyclist at speed and who expects you to stop, and I just see some issues, practicalities there. And the other one is on overtaking the meter. Look, I absolutely support the meter between the cyclist and the vehicle, but the trouble is we're narrowing some of our roads to make room for designated cycle lanes, and I suppose I'm interested in the fact that there is no rule that says that if there is a cycle lane you must use it. So therefore, if you've got a cyclist on the road's already narrow, it's impossible to move to keep that meter at all. So anyway, I just mentioned those points. Those are my concerns with where we got to. I think there's a lot of good stuff, but I do have some concerns around the submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I do have one question. It's financially orientated, and I'm asking the question just in light of our current, economic recessionary environment, and it's because of trying to understand the cost of implementation, the cost of the ongoing operational impact in future years. So my question is, has any cost-benefit ratio analysis been done? And if so, do we have an answer?
Yes, there has been some done by Waka Kātahi, not by ourselves or Auckland Transport. That is contained in the preliminary regulatory impact statements. I'm sorry, I don't have those all to hand. By and large, they found, unsurprisingly, all these proposals were positive in the cost-benefit analysis. For instance, the left-turning priority crossing side streets for footpath users, there would be a minor impact, I think of say $30,000 over 40 years on drivers of delay, but that would be largely offset by, or possibly completely offset by the reduced delay to pedestrians. So there has been analysis done of most of these proposals, and I don't have all the figures to hand, but they generally found that they were positive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Daniel Newman.
No, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Tracy Mulholland.
No, thanks, Your Worship.
Councillor Richard Hills.
I'll just give a brief comment, not a question, but just, I think this is generally good. It's pretty Most of these are pretty normal overseas. Most states in America, you have the pedestrians, you give way to pedestrians in car parks and coming out of driveways in every local road. That if there's a pedestrian about to cross, the car stop, and it all works pretty fine. It actually makes the town centres and places a much safer and easier space to be in, and slower, for, especially for older people and younger people. So I think it's generally good.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Shane Henderson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to sort of just check, are we doing questions and comments together, or?
No, we are doing questions, but two councillors have made comments, so I won't be re-inviting them to speak at the commentary session, so I'm sure they'll understand. So
Yeah, cool.
Questions now, if you've got them, please.
I've just got one question. So regarding Proposal 2, are we relying on any kind of empirical data on cyclists versus pedestrian? I mean, are there ACC claims data available, kind of thing? I'm just trying to understand the problem we'd be trying to solve if we were to restrict access to age.
There is data in the background material around that, so I'm just trying to look it up. For instance, approximately a quarter of people killed or injured in traffic crashes while cycling were aged 10 to 19 years. I don't know the proportion of people that would cycle in that age group, but I think it would be less than a quarter of all cyclists. I'm just having a look through all the other data there is here that they've highlighted. Yeah, that's probably the main one, I believe, around sort of why we're focusing on that, sort of are including that age group.
The question I'm driving at really is it a problem that cyclists can use footpaths? Like, is that a problem that we need to try and solve through our submission? And any empirical evidence around that, because we hear things around it, sure, and I don't want to question that, but it's good to have hard data when we're talking about this stuff. That's probably the question I'm driving at.
I guess there is a lot of, there has been work done, and there is evidence that a lot of people are put off cycling because of the safety aspects, in particular, obviously cycling on the road. So by enabling people to cycle on the footpath, that would be beneficial. And could encourage a greater uptake of cycling. And so that's the reason that it's seeking to allow footpaths to be used for cyclists. Then I guess the question is balancing that against the needs of pedestrians, and that's how we reached our position.
I think it's fair to say that this issue's been around for as long as I have, and that's a long time. I was always told when I was a kid, you'd ride on the footpath. If a traffic officer pulls you over, tell him to talk to your mother. So there's a personal anecdote for you. Right, thank you for that, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Fletcher.
No, my questions have been asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. Alistair, are you okay if I get the submission from the Māngere o Tāhuhu local board sent to you directly?
No problem.
Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you. Councillor Angela Dalton.
No, thank you.
Councillor Linda Cooper.
Yeah, my question is, I still don't understand with Proposal 2 why you're saying 16. It just seems rather old to still be riding on the footpath.
I can understand that view. I guess my position was reached. 12 was another option and was something that had previously been put forward by, I'm just trying to think, in a petition that was presented to Parliament and was part of the reason for this rule proposal. And that is another option. In my view, it's slightly just my view, but that 13, 14-year-olds are probably still too young by and large to be riding on the road. There's the difficulty as with many of these things of where you draw the line. I reached the position of 16 years old and thought that was allowing sort of younger secondary school students to still ride on the footpath if they want, and if that made them feel safe. And then around the age of 16, around the time when we would be allowing people to drive cars and drive motor vehicles on the road, that would be an appropriate time to require cyclists, I guess, to also use the road.
Okay, so just the other question is, have you considered that in some ways some of the submission really doesn't help cyclists at all, because in one way you're putting cyclists on a busy thoroughfare and a footpath, and then in another way you're filling up the cycleway with also other vehicles, and then the shared pathways have got that. So I'm just wondering how you reconcile where are the spaces where cyclists can actually be without having to mix with a whole lot of other different speed and different purpose vehicles. There doesn't seem to be any anymore. It's either the road, a full cycleway, or a full footpath.
I can understand that, and a lot of this comes down to trying to balance, I guess, trying to create rules for all circumstances with very limited infrastructure in many cases for these users, and everybody trying to compete for very limited space. And that's, I think, probably will be best addressed through increased spending on cycleways and increased rollout of cycle paths and shared paths to create more of these spaces for more people. That will be the best way to achieve that. This provides some sort of framework behind that, but that will still be the best way to achieve these outcomes that we want to achieve.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of questions for you, Alistair. The first is just relating to, I think you spoke to Councillor Watson in reference to his questions, but are you confident that they'll land on a reasonable place, granted your the up to 18 and over 65-year-olds being on the sharing the footpath, being able to ride on it? I'm just thinking of parents who might want to ride with their kids.
I think part of our submission requests that caregivers be allowed to accompany people that are allowed to ride on footpaths. So we definitely think that is very important. Otherwise, well, I think the parents will probably still ride on the footpaths, but we'd like them to be able to do it legally.
Yeah, sweet as. And just finally, under Proposal 5 with the lighting and reflector things, I was just wondering if reflectors went as far as people's clothing, like, making them wear high-vis vest type thing, and not just the lighting or reflectors on the actual bike or e-scooter.
Yep. The rules state that if instead of having a rear reflector on your bike or e-scooter, you can wear reflective clothing. So that is an option for people. It doesn't replace the need for the lights, but that does replace the need for the reflector at the back of the vehicle or device.
Thank you. Great, thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Casey.
Oh, hi. Following on from Isabel's question, I'm interested in the use of bells. In fact, making sure that all bicycles have a bell that the rider can use. Would you like to make a comment on the use of bells, especially on shared paths?
Yeah, I think that is something I didn't consider in preparing the submission, just primarily due to time constraints. I do think that could be something to be added in, and I can look at that further. That is something that's been raised by, I think, a couple of the local boards' feedback that we've received so far. So happy to consider that further and possibly amend the submission.
Thanks, Alistair. That's great.
Thank you, and I think we've delegated in the resolution to the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Planning Committee to make any minor amendments, and there seems to be quite widespread support for the use of bells. So, Alistair, if you can put that in, that'd be great. Renata Blair.
Nothing from me.
Thank you. And finally, Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Mr. Mayor, thanks, Alistair. Good submissions. It's complicated issues with whole various of people using different mechanisms, different things. I've got two very quick questions. First one is about the hired micromobility services like the scooters and how people are leaving them. If we have any rules and regs around, so we don't have clutters of these things at key intersections, which we currently is a bit of a problem we're facing. That's the first question.
In relation to that, there's it's very controlled in two places. I believe the road user rules already have a rule around parking cycles and what are currently called wheeled recreational devices, but it will presumably be transport devices under the proposed amendments, and parking them considerately and ensuring, I can't remember the exact rule, but ensuring pedestrians can still get past in the footpath and other users of the footpath can still get past. So that rule already exists and already applies and will apply in future. And then the other mechanism we obviously have to control that as the council is through the licensing of and the controls we have on specifically on rental scooter companies. And I believe, not an expert on that, I have been working partly with that team, but we do have some requirements, and we have looked to beef that up in the most recent licensing and licenses that we've issued and try and improve the parking situation of those scooters.
Thanks, Alf. That's the part I was going to like to hear because, it is causing some issues around the moment. The second question is about rural, so out of the 60 kilometre zone and the 1.5 metres distance for bikes, especially when you look in the areas where there are considerable heavy traffic movements on windy country roads with 100 km speed zones. It's not physically possible to have a 1.5 metre distance gap and not cross the white line in many cases. So what are we doing to sort of make that situation legal? Some of those roads be barred from cyclists, or are we going to have big, massive road improvement bills?
I can look into that. I believe to pass a cyclist, you are allowed to cross a solid centre white line. So that is a permitted manoeuvre you can if you to give the appropriate passing distance. I can double check and confirm that. I believe as long as it's safe for the driver to do so, they've got the visibility, they can see far enough ahead, they are allowed to pass and to cross the centre line to pass the cyclist.
That's the challenging part, is the vision sight lines for heavy vehicles. They don't accelerate or decelerate that quickly. I mean, it is a key safety issue. We've had people killed out in this area, and I'm sure Councillor Sayers would have a similar opinion. But we'll leave with you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of questions. So let's just run through the list to see if there's any comments. A couple of councillors have already used their opportunity for that. Now we're having a bit of interference there, so can you please make sure your mics are off? That's good, thank you. Councillor Paul Young, any comment?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor John Watson.
Just very briefly, and that's to say I understand the balance that Alistair's had to try and strike here, but it is a little disappointed that I think the opportunity for drawing a distinction between different parts of Auckland hasn't really been made. That could have had perhaps a far more pragmatic outcome, and I think particularly of allowing people on footpaths of all ages, where in many suburbs there's footpaths on both sides of the road. There's not a high pedestrian usage, and really for people's safety they should be on the footpath. If I go out, I go on the footpath, and if I'm stopped, Mr. Mayor, I take your advice. I said my mum told me to do that, and if you're thinking of chasing up, you better call for backup.
Yeah, I think that was probably quite common and maybe still is, John. Thank you for that. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. I mean, I can see what we're doing. I guess my comment is I think in practice there are going to be a range of difficulties here, especially on high-use cycleways where you've got skateboarders and people on mobility scooters and a whole range of things. So I don't know what the sunset clause is for actually readdressing this issue.
Sorry, my mic was off. David Taipiri. Okay, Sharon Stewart.
No questions.
Thank you. Desley Simpson, I think you've already commented, Desley.
I have. I've got some concerns about the practical implications, even though I believe the intent is very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greg Sayers.
No comment. Thank you.
Daniel Newman.
No comment. Thank you.
Tracy Mulholland.
No comment. Thank you.
Richard Hills.
No, thank you.
You've commented already too. Thank you. Shane Henderson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of comments actually. I want to support Councillor Watson's point first and foremost, and I dare say that my mother might get the call up as well at some point. I want to acknowledge Councillor Simpson's points as well through questions as well, and I do agree with the implication that, look, 15 kilometres per hour speed limit, that it's going to be hard, if not impossible, to enforce. And when we're looking at bylaws, they need to be clear and enforceable. So, yeah, that doesn't meet the test for me. Just a minor quibble, and this is more around the CCR review, on paragraph 32, where it suggests that road controlling authorities may wish or should have the power to implement some sort of bylaw around it. And my personal view is that generally bylaws are the preserve of democratically elected officials rather than CCOs, and I've always had an issue with that. But that's just kind of a minor quibble. Probably the main point I want to get across is that, particularly in my ward, it does have beautiful cycleways, but it has huge gaps in them. And it has neighbourhoods where cycleways that are there are really dangerous, and in many cases they're not there at all. So my personal view is that actually we shouldn't be so restrictive in terms of allowing cyclists to use footpaths. And I'd be sort of very suspicious around going down that path, but I take the point around balance. But ultimately, I'd make my decision on that based on the data that I have available, and I haven't been convinced that we have data enough to make that restriction. Despite all those criticisms, I do want to acknowledge that I think generally we've done a great job and we're generally going down a good path. So just a couple of quibbles there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Chris Fletcher.
No, thank you.
Councillor Alf Filipina.
Oh, sorry, Your Worship, nothing from me. Thanks.
You. Councillor Chris Darby.
Nothing further, Mayor.
Councillor Angela Dalton.
No, thank you.
Councillor Linda Cooper.
Yeah, just acknowledging I asked questions before. As someone that does cycle, I am really concerned about basically the way this proposal just actually limits opportunities for cyclists, because it makes the spaces they already have more crowded. Shared pathways are one of the banes of cyclist life, and we know that the only reason we'd make them shared, I don't know if it's still true, but a lot of it was because we could only get a far subsidy if we made a shared pathway. So it wasn't actually built in a principled way. It was, we can get the money, so that's how we'll do it. And so it is really difficult. There seems to be no spaces where only cyclists can go. And so that does concern me. It does concern me that it's 16 years old on the footpath, because we've all been through the teenage stage where we don't really care much about anyone else except what we're doing at the moment. And you have to grow to get to that point. And what I've seen during the lockdown is, of course, a lot more people are walking, but whole families are cycling on the footpath, even though it's illegal now, and it's making it really dangerous. Dogs, pushchairs, bikes, walkers of all ages and stages. And so if that's going to be how it is, I find that really dangerous, including the comments about cars backing in and out. I do support bells. I think that's really critical. Everybody should have a bell, even the streamlined races, so I support that. I do worry about filling up, especially in the inner city where you've got a lot more people from the inner suburbs can cycle into work, and then you put micro mobility scooters in there too. It is a dangerous space, and I think also you do have to make it mandatory to have, if you're going to say 15, the other thing I support is we've got to make it mandatory to have some sort of odometer on your bike. They're not expensive and they're really easy to fit, and I think that would help people gauge their speed, because as Councillor Henderson says, there's no way you can enforce this. It's like someone smoking and where they shouldn't be smoking. By the time an officer gets there, the person's gone. So it's sort of disingenuous to say you've got a rule and you can't enforce it. So you need people to have the ability to self-police by making sure they've got the right equipment on their bike. But otherwise, I guess there's no point in making any amendments to this, but I do see that some of it makes it harder for cyclists.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pipaku.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak as the mover and commending the committee support this submission. And thank you for the opportunity to be able to be involved in developing this submission. It is something that I've been working on for quite some time as through the local board as the transport lead. The submission is very much, what is proposed by Waka Kotahi is very much aligned with our strategies in the direction that we're trying to go in terms of prioritising more pedestrian space and improving safety and encouraging active modes of transport, and that just all adds to far more vibrant neighbourhoods and livable city, which is all good stuff. So I think this package is really to be commended, that has come out of Waka Kotahi and championed by the Associate Minister of Transport, Julianne Genter. And then there's a lot of really good stuff in the package that tidies up a lot of the rules and helps make our streets more friendly for pedestrians and active transport, and also responds to the real explosion of micro-mobility in all its different forms without having to specify the kind of micro-mobility, which we might not even know what's coming, what's next. As it's been mentioned, that during the lockdown, we've just seen huge numbers of people out enjoying our streets. And even though the streets are a lot safer, we're still seeing that kids are needing, families are riding on the footpath. But it's really highlighted the need for the ability to move around our neighbourhoods safely. So if I could just make some comments, I'd like to speak to 3 of the proposals that have been mentioned in quite a few comments, and also just to make, I've got a few just concluding comments as well. But in terms of the proposals, some of the really key ones, proposal 2 around allowing riding on the footpath, I think this is just formalising what is already happening, and students are encouraged when they go through classes at school about riding to school, they are encouraged to ride on the footpath. So by formalising this and making it clear that it's okay to ride slowly if you're a vulnerable rider, I think that is a good compromise. 16 is the right level, I think, because there are a whole lot of students who could potentially ride to school who aren't, because they're put off if they don't feel they can ride on the footpath. And if they can do that with their guardians, that's really good. And also our vulnerable older riders who we know that are currently put off riding because they just don't feel safe. So I think we've landed in the right place there. Proposal 6 is around changing the priority of the give-way rules. This has been a long-standing advocacy position of the Waitemata Local Board that came to us from Walk Auckland. And as has been mentioned, this is what is already in place in North American jurisdictions. I'm particularly talking about D, where left-turning or right-turning drivers give way to pedestrians who are crossing on side streets. And it might seem like quite a complicated change, but when you think back to when the give way rules were changed and there was a lot of catastrophizing about what would happen, actually drivers got used to it very quickly. And I think there's a lot of presumption sometimes that you should give way anyway when you're turning into a pedestrian footpath, pedestrians crossing on the side streets. And we're seeing more and more of that with the design of our side streets, say, for example, on Queen Street, K Road, Ponsonby Road, where we've got raised tables at side streets. And that rule, this change to the rule really enables far more greater safety around walking on streets. So I think this change is really to be commended and really takes our design of our streets forward in the way that we use them in Auckland. Proposal 8 is one of my favourites around the clarification around berms. I have been very felt that Auckland Transport has completely taken the wrong position in terms of not enforcing parking on berms currently. It used to be enforced under the old Auckland City Council and probably in other legacy councils, that the berms are quite clearly part of our footpaths. And in the lockdown, probably everybody's noticing in their neighbourhoods that we're using our berms even more to be able to maintain safe distances. It's where people step out of cars, you step out onto the berm, it's considered part of the footpath if it is in with that curbed environment. And I just want to clarify, we're not talking about areas in rural areas where the berm is different. That's the grass verge where you need to park off the road onto the grass verge. This is where it's in the curbed, between the curbing and the property boundary. That should all be considered the footpath. And if we change that rule, if Waka Kotahi take forward a change to clarify the definition of footpath to include berm, I think that will just solve a whole lot of issues. In terms of just a few comments, if I may, just about what we're trying to achieve. A lot of the issues that have been raised about whether do we need enforcement, should we be putting more controls on cyclists, all those issues can be fixed by taking greater steps for us to reprioritise our road space and give more space to pedestrians, to prioritise pedestrians and prioritise active modes. And if we do that, we will provide good design which will help people walk and cycle and use active modes more. And we won't need enforcement, which can often have false benefits. And in terms of the benefits overall, that was mentioned about what is the cost of this package. Actually, it's going to be a big benefit. The more people are walking and cycling, that's good for Auckland, good for everybody. And just a comment too, it was mentioned around the speed limits, and should we have speed limits on the shared path? Absolutely, we've got to ensure that all users of our shared paths ride safely, and where we've got really narrow paths like the rotary pathway, what's needed there is better design and wider shared paths. But enforcing speed limits on pathways that are developing across Auckland, like the Northwestern, that's going to eventually extend up to Helensville, the Glen Innes to Tamaki cycle pathway, what's now called the Northern Pathway, which will take riders all the way from the city centre to Albany. Those are long distance commuter routes. So absolutely, you've got to have a speed on those routes that allows those long distance commuters who are increasingly using e-bikes to be able to ride at a safe and consistent speed. Otherwise, it's pointless for us to build the Northern Pathway if we're not going to let riders use it as a long distance commuter route at a safe speed. So just in concluding, if I may, just I know there is a concern from our vulnerable users on the footpath, particularly those who have disabilities or feel more vulnerable through age, that absolutely council's focus must be prioritising our footpaths for pedestrians. And we're starting to see steps being put in place for using, well, I'm really looking forward to this temporary package that we're going to have some funding that we can start extending our footpaths as cycleways. And that's going to go a long way to actually prioritising our footpaths for pedestrians. So that's absolutely the focus. And this package brought together, I think, provides a good balance to make our footpaths, to encourage more users on our footpaths and to encourage active modes and to allow all modes to work together. It's not perfect, but it's a great step forward. So I do want to commend this submission, and I do thank everyone who's worked on it to bring it to this point. Might not seem like an important bit of work during the lockdown, but I think it's really important that it has progressed, and it means that when we're on the post-COVID recovery on the other side, our streets will be much safer for everybody, and including drivers, and will work much better. So thank you for that opportunity to speak in support, and I do commend it to the committee. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fesso Collins.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of things from me. I wonder, as Councillor Coombe was speaking, I enjoyed that and welcome your comments, feedback, and the work you've assisted with, Councillor Coombe. I wondered, imagine if there were people had as many bikes as we did have cars, and I think that would really change the way we look at how we prioritise the space we make available for active modes. I just wanted to comment that I think this is a great recommendation. It's a great report or submission, and just keeping in mind that here in Manukau, we've got people who I think really want to cycle, but I was raised cycling but could only do it with mum or dad, and they used to walk or run alongside me as a child because we were so scared. And so I think with families will now feel like, okay, we can have some confidence if we're able to ride together as a family. And I think that's really good for us. We know that there are major health benefits that come, especially for poorer, more vulnerable communities, if they're able to use more active modes of transport. So I see this as being great for, you go from walking school buses to possibly kids being able to cycle together to school. So I think this is wonderful. I just want to reiterate the point that it's been good that parents are being included as part of our submission and their ability to ride alongside their children. And just finally, I've listened carefully to ideas around enforcement, and I think perhaps what we do here in Auckland is we need to move from a regulated version of enforcement where you probably might have to put in speed limits, and have them enforced somehow, and I know that there'll be work done on that, to the point where the community becomes the enforcement. And what happens is the communities have a real respect for one another, they understand how the shared mode works, and then they become the natural enforcement. But like how we have houses that face onto roads or parks, that becomes that passive kind of surveillance. And I think we can get there with the community. So great work. I really like this submission, and I'm quite excited about where it will end up, especially for the residents of Manukau.
Thank you very much, Councillor Collins. Councillor Kathy Casey.
I'm all good, Phil. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Renata Blair.
I'm okay, thanks, Phil.
Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to hear the work that you've been doing, Councillor Coombe. Thank you for that. I think anything that makes it safer for our people out there when they're cycling or walking is a good thing. In terms of, I did have some comments around vulnerable, because I thought it wasn't so much about age, but perhaps your level of capability, because when the Mayor and I went on that bike ride with David Tour and Mr. T, I was very, very scared to do that, because I don't cycle, so being able to go on the footpath might have been an option rather than what I was doing, which was wavering along the road causing a traffic hazard. In terms of, I did think about financial implications, point 33 in the report. I thought that there would be some kind of financial implications. If we're using our footpaths more, wouldn't that then result in perhaps more costs for upgrading or renewing the footpaths? But that's just my own naive thinking towards it. And in terms of enforcement, I agree with the comments that are being made that actually it is going to be very hard to enforce and relying on the community. But then I think of one instance where a cyclist was going too fast, and my mum took out her own enforcement on them, which was getting her jandal and telling them to slow down. So yeah, we're going to need some more probably better public education or something around how we do community enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for all the comments, particularly like the one about bells on street paths or in all areas. I think it's very important. Over the years, I've seen behaviours of motorists and cyclists and even the micromobility users in recent times all improve. And I think that's going to be the secret of getting everyone to be more understanding of each other's needs. Park the micromobility scooters in a safe place. People behave on footpaths with mobility in a more sensible way. Having smarter options on shared paths, and having NZTA promote best behaviour in all forms of transport. Thank you.
Thank you. Just got my mic back on there. Well, look, thank you very much for everybody that participated in that, but can I particularly thank the two officers that have been involved in putting the submission together, Alistair Cribbins and Robert Simpson. There's really diverse views on so many of the issues that you've encompassed in the submission, and you know, while I don't think everybody will agree with everything in the submission, the general sense I have from councillors and members is that this submission broadly reflects the approach that the council wants to make, with the ability to make some minor tweaks given to the chair and the deputy chair of the planning committee. I think the other point that's worthy of making is one that several councillors have commented on, that setting regulations is different from having the ability to enforce and control them. But nevertheless, I think setting out the protocols, the norms, the regulations, even if you can't enforce them on every occasion, it is important to have those there and to get them right. Look, I think this is a vote that should be taken by division. So I'll ask Sandra to go through the list of members, and if you could say yes or no, please, to your support for the submission. The recommendations are to approve the submission and to delegate authority to the chair and deputy chair of the planning committee and IMSB member to authorise any minor amendments and corrections. So Sandra, could you read the division list, please? I don't think you're coming through, Sandra, so if you can just check your volume or whether you're plugged in properly there. No.
Let's try now.
Now we've got you.
Okay, councillors, you're voting on what the resolution on the screen in front of you. Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
IMSB member Blair.
For.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
Aye.
Councillor Dalton.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
For.
I'm next.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Henderson.
Aye.
Councillor Hills.
Aye, thank you.
Councillor Mulholland.
Abstain.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Councillor Simpson.
Abstain.
Councillor Stewart.
Abstain.
IMSB Chair Taipei.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Abstain.
Councillor Watson.
For, but recording opposition to, I think it was point 2 relating to the points dealing with the footpath. I think it was point 2.
Councillor Young.
For.
So that is carried. 19 votes to nil with 4 abstentions.
Okay, so everybody heard that. Carried 19 votes to 4 to nil with 4 abstentions.
Yes.
I've got that correct. Okay, thank you very much, and once again, thanks to the officers.
Volume, Phil.
Yes. Sorry, thank you very much once again, and a particular thank you to the officers that took on that really hard task. Okay, we come now to the consideration of extraordinary business, and how I propose to proceed with this is if Councillor Darby would like to speak to introduce his item, I'll then ask for a response from the key officers that have been involved in this process, John Bishop from Finance, Bram Van Mel from Legal, and Stephen Town, our Chief Executive. So if you'd like to introduce the item, Councillor Darby, and then we'll get a response from officers.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I'll put those motions up, then I'll move them, and Councillor Bartley seconding them. So then I'll just go through the explanation. I'm very mindful of the difficulty of digital meetings, so I've distributed a memo, and hopefully all the councillors and the IMSB members have received that memo. So to keep it as simple as possible, I'll go through the memo. So the memo relates to the recent or current equity raising undertaken by International Airport Limited. They're seeking to raise $1.2 billion. Our strategic holding there was approximately 22.4%. It's the largest single shareholding, has been so for a very long time. It's identified as a strategic stake in our Auckland Airport shareholding policy, which I have given you a link to at the bottom of the memo. And in that policy, a key objective of the policy is to maintain a strategic stake in Auckland Airport as an important national and regional asset. It goes on to say the council will decide whether or not to participate in rights and securities issues on a case-by-case basis. I emphasise the council. Councillors and IMSB members of this committee have not been provided with any information or advice from management on the equity raising to date, and no decisions of this committee have been made related to this equity raising. So look, I think it's well known that due to COVID-19, AIA is severely impacted. They have moved promptly to strengthen their balance sheet. Best dressed first up, it's a quick fire equity raising. They've chosen to go down the route of a $1.2 billion issuance of shares via a placement of $1 billion and then a share placement plan of some $200 million. They haven't decided to do the usual route of, say, taking a renounceable rights issue to shareholders, whereby you could sell your rights in a more equitable way, which is more common. But I understand reasons for it against that. They've gone for a book build on the placement in a very compressed 24-hour period, and the share purchase plan itself closes on 24th of April. The placement itself and the purchase plan, but mainly the placement, it really severely disadvantages our council in the interests of Auckland ratepayers. It doesn't appear that Auckland Airport has given consideration to our position as a significant shareholder. There's no evidence that the airport company respected our property rights or inquired early with the council to establish our placement capacity, as it is very likely it did with financial institutions it would have been courting to support the placement. And prior to this equity raising, Auckland Council had about 22.4%, and that'll probably be eroded to about 20%. As of today, we're probably looking at about a $2 billion value. The share price this morning is running at $6. Our equity holding at the peak of the market, say in February, was probably valued us at around just under $3 billion. So no, we don't have any representation on the AIA board. Council's position is not an agile one. We understand that, but I struggle to see how we have been represented or considered by AIA as we should have been. Council staff learned of the placement and the purchase plan through media, I understand, on the morning of 6th of April, not through any communication directly from the company itself. And I understand, Mayor, you received just a polite call the evening before from the AIA Chief Executive, but no doubt he couldn't address too much detail in that conversation because of market regulations. Staff rushed around, they rushed to a decision on behalf of Council to notify AIA, as I understand, that it would not participate in the placement due to time constraints and, of course, our own obvious financial situation. Staff did not seek any external financial services advice. I asked that question on any options it could explore to entertain the placement. Decisions were made internally by management. One option, I understand from an external advisor who's been in discussions with me, and as outlined by Stephen Mayne, who all the members, all the councillors, I think at least, have received an email from. Stephen Mayne is a shareholders commentator in the Australian market, keeping in mind that AIA is registered on the ASX as well as the New Zealand exchange. They outlined options whereby a third party could have been involved, e.g. New Zealand Super Fund or ACC, and Council could have taken a reasonable gain using its entitlement without bearing the estimated $250 million outfall, or up to $250 million outfall. It is not. It cannot be assumed that it had to be a $250 million outlay. Council could have considered selling down its current shareholding, which has traded since the announcement between $4.95 today. It's just gone over $6, and we could have bought in at the advantageous placement price of $4.66. So there's a couple of scenarios. We've been a long-standing shareholder since way back in '98 through the former councils and now our council. Just been given 24 hours to make a call when the people of Auckland have stood by this company for 22 continuous years. I find personally somewhat offensive. The constraint of time, I understand it's a major barrier to council participating in the placement, enabling it to maintain its shareholding. Council staff, mayor and councillors and IMSB members do not appear to have considered the airport shareholding policy when arriving at their decisions not to proceed with the equity raising offer, and nor have they communicated the offer with councillors and IMSB members of this committee. Then I run through the motions I've just moved, seconded by Councillor Bartley. The first is to note that the extraordinary business item and the advice that management, sorry, I'm falling over myself. The council has made no decisions on this, and the second is, and we haven't received any advice. And the second relates to a fuller briefing. A fuller briefing cannot be given under this extraordinary item, and looking at ways at which we could take up part of this offer without weakening our financial position. The third is that council officials provide a report to the governing body within the next 2 months addressing the need for Auckland Council to exercise improved oversight of the airport company. I understand that we do attend the shareholder meetings. We attended the last one where our vote went in favour of approving an increase in the remuneration pool for the directors. We've never had any feedback on anything that we've voted in favour or against at the AIA board meetings, to my knowledge. Also go on to consider there in that report consideration of seeking a director position at AIA. Fourth motion relates to the shareholding policy that obviously needs reviewing. It was attached to the 2012 to 22 LTP. It's still current, but it hasn't been updated. It refers to ACIL. That needs to come back to finance. And lastly, Mayor, for you to write to the Chair and Chief Executive AIA expressing Council's concern over their, what I term apparent failure to properly consider and safeguard Auckland Council's interest in the company when arriving at their preferred equity raising plan. So that, Mayor, gives a summary of the situation as I see it. I stress I do not hold myself out to be an expert or fully informed, but none of us are at this stage. This council, as per the policy, is required to make decisions. It has not been informed. It has not been kept up to date. It has not been able to be in a position to make a decision. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Look, I think there's some serious issues raised in that. So I want to get comments from council staff in response to Councillor Darby's resolution and his comments. And I'd like to begin, I think, with legal advice. First of all, you know, what was the situation of Auckland International Airport in making this placement? Did they behave appropriately? What constraints were there on us in terms of our ability to respond? So if I've got Bram Van Mel. Bram, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Yeah, so maybe I can get you to give that perspective, and then I'll come back to John Bishop for a financial perspective on this. I think Councillor Darby's right. None of us as councillors are experts in this area, so I rely on that sort of advice. And then maybe if I can ask the Chief Executive, Stephen Town, to follow up, and then we'll go through questions from councillors and comments from councillors. I intend just for procedurally to take a break for lunch at the end of that, and then maybe a half-hour break, and then we'll come back to complete item C1 on the confidential agenda. So, Bram, if I can ask you to first of all make your points.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Well, as Councillor Darby remarked, the airport was under some pressure to raise capital quickly. The reasons for that were given in their various announcements. And to raise that capital, they took advantage of two of the listing rules, which have recently been expanded to allow for the COVID-19 situation by the NZX. And one of those is this quickfire or fast-track placement, which allows a listed company within certain limits, which the airport has complied with, to directly offer shares to certain invited participants. And I'll come back to that. The other thing they did was a general share offer of 200 million called a share purchase plan, which is also done under COVID-related NZX rules. And that one is a little bit more along the lines we'd usually understand of a share offer made to all shareholders, an opportunity to take up that offer proportionally. With the share purchase plan offer, which is still open, the key issue for us there is it's actually limited to a $50,000 subscription amount. So it's really aimed at mum and dad investors. So it doesn't really assist Auckland Council in its objectives that much. The placement itself, we weren't invited to participate in the placement. I think that's the critical point. The fact that the existence of the placement is notified on the NZX, that's because there's a trading halt that occurred on the Monday morning, and that documentation tells everyone in the market what's going on. But what's going on is that certain people have been invited or solicited to invest, and then there's a very quick process of formally closing out those placements. As the airport's own announcement said, that was a 2-day job when they did it on Monday, and then the formalities were advised and trading resumed on Tuesday. So I think that's the key issue around the placement, which is most material for us in terms of dilution of our shareholding, is that the NZX rules allow an issuer to essentially bypass any of the shareholders it likes. They don't need shareholder permission to do that type of issue, and they don't have to make the offer available to all shareholders. It's selective and it's fast track. So I don't believe we had any option to participate in that, and even if we had been approached to do so, it's very difficult to see how we could have reached a decision on that level of expenditure within 1 day. So that's where we stand on the placement. And the share purchase plan, yes, there's a mum and dad opportunity there of $50,000. So look, I mean, it's lawful. It is a little bit rough on us, but that's the context that we're in the market at the moment. And it's a publicly listed company, and they've taken advantage of the opportunities that the NZX has specifically given them to raise capital in that way. So that's probably, I think, as much as I should say at the moment on the legal framework of their offer. John?
Thanks, Graham. That's very clear. John, if you can give us a financial perspective on this and what sort of advice you would have given to council had it been practicable in any way to participate in that placement.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, first of all, just give you a bit of background, sort of why Auckland Airport probably went around doing the placement in this way. Look, as you know, we live in times of uncertainty. Financial and capital markets are very volatile, and airport, with obviously no revenue streams coming in, or virtually no revenue streams coming in, they had to shore up their balance sheet to make sure they could comply with banking covenants, refinance debt, etc. Also, the amount they're looking for, 1.2 billion, that's a big placement in a New Zealand context. So they wanted to go out quickly. They wanted to do this transaction over 1 day, so they weren't subject to weeks of sort of market volatility. And they wanted to have first mover advantage. I mean, I think it's quite apparent that there's likely to be other capital raisings coming to the market, and they've got to compete for that capital. As Councillor Darby mentioned, another option for them would have been to do a rights issue, which, how that works is typically investors are given the opportunity to buy up shares at a discount in proportion to their ownership. If they don't want to take up those rights, they can then sell those rights to a third party through the exchange. Now, the issue with that is it typically takes about 4 to 6 weeks, so a lot longer, and Auckland Airport, I believe, wouldn't want to have this capital raising outstanding for that long in such volatile conditions. As far as our dilution, look, we just before the placement we held 21.92%. Now that's a little bit different than the 22.4% that Councillor Darby mentioned. Now the reason for that is that when they're paying dividends, they offer a dividend reinvestment plan, which means you can take up shares rather than get your dividends in cash. Now we want dividends in cash because we want the cash to spend on other priorities. Some investors, about 25-30%, take out dividends. So slowly over time, we have been diluted down from about 22.4% down to about 21.9%. Assuming the share purchase plans, the additional 200 million goes as planned, and at the same price, which is likely as the placement of $4.66, our shareholding when this is completed will have been diluted to about 18.1%. If you look at the value loss in simple terms that we've suffered by not being able to participate in buying shares at $4.66, based on the closing share price before this placement was undertaken at $5.04, the loss is around about $18 million in total. Now, theoretically, if we had been able to take up this opportunity, for us to maintain our roughly 22% shareholding, we'd have had to invest about $263 million of new money at Auckland Airport. Now, there would have been a big question over whether that was a sensible use of council funds at the time, given we are suffering revenue shortfalls and given that we have other priorities for our capital expenditure. So, again, in the situation, I would have thought the likely advice from staff would have been that we wouldn't participate. Look, we did consider other options, albeit very quickly, such as involving a third party, looking at external advisors and that sort of thing. But in reality, given that we had one business day to try and put together a deal, which would have been, $250 million plus, Unfortunately, it simply wasn't practical. Our shareholding now, as it stands, based on current price of about $6 a share, it's about 1.6 billion. And as Councillor Darby pointed out, at the peak in about June last year, our holding was worth about 2.6 billion. Look, I might leave it there and hand back to the chair and see if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, John. That again was very clear. I might just invite the Chief Executive to add his comments on process that was followed and options, realistic options that the Council had given this 24-hour window of opportunity. Well, it wasn't actually 24 hours, it was one working day. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, look, I think it's just important to reiterate that we were not in a position to be able to make a decision in one business day, and so there is no decision to make. There's nothing that we have missed out on in this process because we simply are not agile enough in our governance structure and decision-making framework to have contemplated participating. And so I think in thinking about the lessons learned from this process, there is merit, particularly in focusing on Councillor Darby's recommendations C and D, because this could happen again in the future, and I am sure that the Council would want to be in a position where we did have a mechanism to act in the interests of the Council and Aucklanders if such an opportunity arose again. And clearly that would need to be a fulsome delegation that allowed action to be taken in the event that we have one business day to make a decision. So look, I'd just like to confirm for councillors that John Bishop and Kevin Ramsey did give advice to me on that day, and that advice was that we could not participate because we could not make any decisions in that time frame, and I would suggest that resolution B in Councillor Darby's recommendations is really an academic exercise that will not help us understand the future, but that certainly C and D are worthy of revisiting, and we should do that, and staff would be very happy to do so. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, we'll now run through our councillors to ask questions before the commentary session. My question is, I think, to Bram or John, actually, in terms of making a decision to expend $263 million. What are the consultation requirements before council, this governing body, could have made that decision?
Well, Your Worship, if I can just give a quick snapshot of that, there's probably two halves to that question. One is the sort of information we would need to make a financially prudent, good judgment decision on relevant information and so on. It is a pretty substantial amount of expenditure. So I think within a day, unless this was an event you'd pre-planned for and had delegations and funding lines in place, I can't envisage how the relevant information could be brought to a committee within that time frame to make the sort of decisions in the sort of way that the Local Government Act requires us to. That's the agility point that was mentioned. In terms of consultation more broadly and publicly, generally, of course, the timeframes of participating in share office don't allow sort of public consultation, and there's not necessarily a reason that should be done if we're acting in accordance with the general strategies and policies. But it would, I suppose, it might come to a head in terms of whether the funding lines are in place, the budget approval, in other words, to do that sort of expenditure. So you'd probably come back to budget issues. Is that enough of a a snapshot.
Yes, thank you very much. That helps. Let me run through the list now of councillors to check whether you've got questions. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure my question would be to John or to Bram, but it is basically this: given the fact that we had, one, not sufficient funds in reality, two, not the sufficient decision-making time, could we in any way have actually gone with a JV or an agreement with an independent party like ACC or KiwiSaver and let them take up some of or all of our entitlement and then reap some of it back at a higher profit later?
Through you, Chair, so John here, I'll answer that. Look, in reality, given the size of the transaction and the complexities involved with, the scale of a $250+ million transaction, it just wasn't feasible in the time frame.
And the ability to have a partner that they would not, would ACC or something consider that sort of short time frame turnaround for an agreement? I have trouble believing they would, but your professional opinion?
No, look, they wouldn't be able to act that quickly, given the dollars involved and the sign-offs that they'd have to get, as well as us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to comment to it with the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question, and perhaps it's for another time, but it's about these shares, and it's, are we worse off by maintaining our holding? So perhaps we could have that discussion another time if no one can answer it now.
Sorry, just to clarify that, should we keep hold of our existing shareholding in Auckland International Airport? Is that the question?
Yeah, because I know that Auckland City Council sold theirs. These are Manukau City Council's shares that we're holding on to, and we're looking at tightening our belt. Should we be selling them? Okay, well, let's invite any of our officers to answer that question.
Yeah, look, it's John here again, through you, Chair. I'll have a go at that. Look, I think it's a good question, but I think it's a discussion best left for another day. And it's probably one of those discussions or one of those things you'd look to examine through an LTP process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renata Blair.
Nothing from me. I'll just save it for the commentary if I can.
Thank you. Kathy Casey.
All good, Phil, thanks.
Efeso Collins.
Thanks. Yeah, two questions, but the first one's been answered from the Deputy Mayor's question. My second question is, I'm assuming that yourself and the Chair of Finance, perhaps the Deputy Mayor, were kept in the loop on this. Can I just clarify if that assumption is correct, and if anyone else was informed of the decision, keeping in mind you only had one working day to make this decision?
Yeah, the share issue was for working day Monday. I received a telephone call from the Chief Executive of Auckland International Airport as a courtesy to indicate that they were making the placement offer the following day, appropriate for him to do so after the market was closed. So there was no breach in share market rules. That was the only, and I passed on that communication to the Chief Executive in my Monday morning meeting. But I think for the reasons given, I'm not sure whether Desley Simpson was involved in any way, but for the reasons given, obviously the 24 hours, there wasn't time to respond in that way given the magnitude of the sum involved. Councillor Simpson, I don't know that you were involved in that, but can you?
I wasn't involved in any way. Got no phone call, nothing.
Thank you.
Just for clarification.
Thank you. Further question, Councillor Collins?
Oh, no, thank you.
That covers it. Councillor Coombe.
Thank you. No questions or comments, but thank you for the opportunity to understand better what has happened.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Cooper.
My question is, given that we've got an emergency committee, we are concentrating all our staff's effort on essential issues, and our finance team in particular, with possible changes to the annual plan and preparation of that, would this be considered in item B and C essential to be requesting a report within 2 months and these comprehensive briefings? I don't know who could answer that, but maybe you, Mr. Mayor, or the CEO.
I think there is sorry, I've got a bit of feedback here, so just check the mics are all off. I think there is an issue that we do need to consider what our position is in relation to the role that we play on Auckland International Airport Limited as a significant shareholder, but clearly nowhere near a majority shareholder, and to look at the shareholding policy. I don't believe that either of those things are urgent until such time as we've emerged from the COVID-19 crisis, which will be preoccupying us. But I'm open to any comment from officers on that.
Again, John here. I'll again see this as something which we use as a lead into the next LTP.
Does that mean the answer is not urgent then?
Look, I don't think it's super urgent, no.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Angela Dalton.
Just a point of clarification from something that was covered, I think, by you, Your Worship, and Councillor Collins. So the decision by the Chief Executive was to acknowledge that we couldn't participate. We're excluded because we're not agile enough to turn it around. But his decision-making is not over the investment that would come to the governing body. At that point, does the Chief Executive contact either the Chair of Finance or the Mayor to give that information that there's been this offer out there, but we couldn't participate?
If I understand the question, if it's directed to me, what the Chief Executive said, we weren't in a position to make a decision in one business day, so there was no decision to make. So I think that point needs to be reiterated. In regard to the overall shareholding, if the question relates to that, that certainly is a decision for the governing body. And it would be regarded as a strategic asset, and no decision to sell our shares would be made other than through and with the approval of the governing body. And certainly in the last 3 years I didn't detect any desire on the part of the governing body to sell off the shares.
Sorry, Your Worship, it was just if you hadn't had the phone call from Air New Zealand, would the next part of the process have been for the Chief Executive to contact you to tell you that that there was this opportunity? His decision was to not take it because there was no decision to take, because we wouldn't have been able to turn it around.
I'll ask the Chief Executive to address that.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Full. Yes, Angela, that's right. If Mayor Full hadn't raised it with me that morning, then I would have raised it with him because I was aware of it. But he was a bit ahead of me because he had the courtesy call from the Chief Executive of Auckland Airport on the Sunday night.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. We come now to Councillor Chris Darby.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to the Chief Executive and John Bishop and Bram for participating and helping us stay up to pace. I've just got 3 questions here, Mayor, if I may. Bram, John, or the Chief Executive, did anybody look at the airport ownership policy prior to doing anything? That's my first question. My second question is, why to date has there been no communication with the councillors or IMSB members who make up the Emergency Management Committee on this matter? Why has there been no communication? And then I'll come to my third question, Mayor, after those first 2 are answered.
Sorry, my mic on again. I'll ask the Chief Executive to address that.
So, Councillor Darby, you may recall you raised this issue with me, I think, before the Emergency Committee meeting last week, and I offered to address it verbally post the meeting as part of the briefing, and nobody took me up on that offer, so I didn't do it.
Thank you. Further question, Councillor Darby?
Yeah, I do. Mr. Chief Executive, I said I said to you in that conversation, and we had a text exchange on this, 3 texts, and I did have a text exchange with you, Mr. Mayor, as well. And the Chief Executive said he was going to raise it. It was not waiting for a question. I was rather surprised that the Chief Executive did not come forward and discuss our $2 billion investment in the airport. So the answer to that, as I could see it, is there was just no communication and there was no reason. The third question, Graham, you said in your introduction there was no invitation to invest. You went on to say no option to participate, a little bit rough on us. Why are we contemplating this idea and making these defensive statements about an inability to participate when there was no invitation to participate? Am I correct or am I incorrect? Was there an invitation to participate or not? And if there wasn't, how relevant is it that we may not have been able to participate?
John, you might be in a position to answer that one, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the announcement which Auckland Airport came out with on the 6th of, or last Monday, the 6th of April, with regard to the $1 billion part of the placement, and I'll read the paragraph to you. It said the placement is fully underwritten and will be conducted today through a book build in which institutional and other select investors in New Zealand, Australia and other jurisdictions will be invited to participate. Now, to the best of my knowledge, there was absolutely no offer, or we were not invited to participate. Now, that may seem harsh, in some respects it is, but I also think if you're going to give Auckland Airport some credit, they would have probably been aware that we would have been unable to respond in that time frame as well.
Thanks for making that very clear, that we were not given the opportunity to participate.
Thank you. Councillor Al-Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question. It may go to the CEO, but if there was an opportunity, I know that there was only a day, but if there was an opportunity to get third-party advice, how much would that have cost us?
I might ask John to address that one if I can, Councillor.
I mean, given we only had 8 hours, I guess it's only much someone can charge for 8 hours of work. But look, I guess it's.
Sorry, John. Sorry to interrupt. No, if we had the time, not the 8 hours or a day, if we had, say, a week or 2 days, and we got third-party advice, how much do you think it would have cost us?
Look, through you, Chair, that's a difficult question to answer. It would depend on what sort of advice we were actually asking them for. If we were asking advice to sort of team up with a third party, such as an ACC or NZ Super or something like that, and go through, the documentation and that sort of things, yeah, you'd be talking, I would think, into the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of clarity on a point that was raised by Councillor Bartley, could the officers advise in 2010, at the time of amalgamation, where the shareholding within Auckland Airport was with the various legacy cities?
Somebody with some institutional knowledge might be able to answer that. I think the Chief Executive might be appropriate.
Yes, look, I think that history, Mayor Full, is important because at the time of amalgamation, the 22% approximately was in effectively two bundles. One was Auckland City, and there was talk in the former Auckland City about potentially selling their blocking stake at different times under different leadership. Manukau City in its latter years before 2010 actually increased its shareholding to approximately 11% as well, because they wanted to make sure that the Manukau City had a blocking stake should Auckland City have decided to sell any of their shares. So we've ended up with two blocking stakes of roughly 11% each, and that's how we got the 22. It was never by design in terms of a significant policy decision that was agreed to by the new super city. They simply received all of those shares on their balance sheet on the 1st of November 2010.
Thank you for that clarification. It was just that perhaps some councillors weren't aware that Legacy Auckland City did have that shareholding, and maybe I'm a bit precious about it because I had to use my casting vote as mayor to retain that shareholding. My questions relate primarily to governance and oversight to the officers. There was concern raised at the time that we disbanded the CCO, Auckland Council Investments, that we wouldn't have sufficient oversight on some of the shareholding. Would the situation have been different, do you believe, in terms of relationship and heads up or whatever you want to call it, if we had a different form of governance for the oversight on that shareholding?
Through you, Chair, it's John here again. Look, I actually think if we still had ACIL there, it would have in fact been more complicated, because obviously they would have had to have made their own decision and then come to council, because if we were going to go ahead, council would have had to provide the funding. So look, in reality, it would have been more complex rather than less under the previous governance arrangements.
Thank you for that clarification. I guess the second point that I want to raise is during the last term of council, with appointments for the board of Auckland International Airport, there was the requirement of the mayor and his deputy, in that case myself, we needed to give approval. That changed with the delegations in this term of council. Could you advise me, when there are relationship issues or issues that consent from Auckland Council is required, who formally does the sign-off at this time?
Again, through you, Chair, as I understand it, the delegation to make those decisions rests with the group CFO, but only after matters of substance are discussed with the mayor and yourself, Councillor Fletcher.
I think you'll find under the delegations that we have this term, I'm not consulted on those with the appointments committee, but I can come back to that during comment. But thank you for those responses.
Thank you. Councillor Shane Henderson.
Thank you. No questions, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Richard Hills.
Yeah, I just want to question, and maybe, I don't know who it's for, but on B, I just want to understand B and what the implications of that resolution would be. The others seem reasonable, but B, I'm just a bit confused on.
John, if you can comment again, it's whether what would be. I think the chief executive described it as being an academic exercise, but is there any possibility of a formal request for a second opportunity should we wish to take that up? Have you got any comment on that?
Yes, I mean, look, I think it's largely a sort of academic exercise. Look, first of all, council would need to decide it would want to take up such an opportunity. Now, let's assume we got past that hurdle and decided we did. I'm not sure that Auckland Airport would accept it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tracy Mulholland.
Thank you, Worship. No questions.
Councillor Daniel Newman.
Oh, yes, thank you. I do have some comments to make, but just, yeah, and you've addressed the issue of the Legacy Council investment. Can you just, were the officers able to advise the shareholding that North Shore City Council sold? How much was that shareholding when they divested?
I'm getting a shaking of the head from the Chief Executive. He's not sure of the answer to that question. It's one that we might have to ask them to check out and get back to councillors on.
That's fine. You know, I'll reserve. I've got some comments for later.
Thank you. Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, Worship. Just interesting, the point about if we wanted to have another crack at it, from Mr. Bishop's comments there that the airport may not wish to entertain that idea, even if we decide to spend that amount of money. So I have two questions. First one, just triggered the question in my mind is, so are we saying that the Auckland Airport that's discretionary, so they can say yay or nay to an approach from us in the future? Could I just get clarification there first?
I'll ask Bram to address that.
Yes, it is the AIAL's board's decision whether and on what basis to issue shares. And so if a shareholder wanted to approach them about increasing its shareholding, they might consider that, but it would be their decision. The other overlay you've got is the listing rules, of course. When you're a significant shareholder, there's some rules around increasing your share and so on. The other little overlay is the mechanism they use to issue these shares, sort of the placement allows them to do so much of that per year. So I suspect they've probably used quite a bit of the existing annual headroom that was given under that NZX exemption. I'll have to look into that in more detail though. So, yeah.
Okay, so my supplementary to that, if I could, Bram, is Mr. Bishop thought that the airport may not be interested at all. Therefore, I kind of got the signal, don't bother approaching them. Can I just get clarification why, or have you just answered that, why they might not even entertain an approach from us in the future? I wasn't quite sure why that comment was made.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Well, I guess the comment is, do we go back and try and take up shares at $4.66? I mean, the original placement was done when the share price was $5.04. So they've now gone and raised a whole lot of capital and shored up their balance sheet to give them all the capital they need. The share price now is at $6. The question would be fundamentally, why would they go and issue, another $250 million worth of shares at $4.66?
Okay, and yes, thank you. No, I understand. Thank you. So just moving on to my second question, and that's around the our leverage in terms of just looking at points, and the comments have been made about points C and D and the importance of those clauses in terms of what Councillor Darby's put forward. Are there any other additional levers that we can pull to put pressure onto the the AIA in the future that this does not occur again? And I'm thinking about constitutional changes, the AGM meetings, that type of thing. Should that be something that's been entertained by us and something that Councillor Darby might want to consider in terms of resolution? Just some guidance on that, please.
I'll just give a quick snapshot on that too. I think the situation, although we have a large shareholding in a listed company, it's quite different to where we have majority or wholly owned sort of control of one of our own subsidiaries. There you've got a lot of levers where you're at in and around 20% of the voting rights of a company. You're one of many in that sense. That is possibly an issue that I think it is one that we've looked at and explored. I'd rather talk about it in another forum, perhaps, when we're looking at the more strategic issues around what the future of our relationship might be and how we could use the sort of levers we have. there's some influence, but it's as I say, we're one shareholder on a publicly listed company.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Desley Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got two questions for Stephen. Stephen, my first question is around for you with regards to the workload of your team. Do you think that it is, do your staff have enough room in the next 2 months to provide a report back to us over what's mentioned in bullet point in suggested resolution C? Do you believe that they have the capacity in the next 2 months?
Yes, I think through you, Mayor Phil, we can do C and D.
Right, because my question around D was, you know, kind of what's the rush here? I mean, why, if this doesn't, if these amendments don't go through, my second question was going to be, do you think you would renew the shareholding policy anyway? I mean, I'm just not quite sure what the rush is in 2 months. Can someone answer that?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Phil, it doesn't feel like a rush. It's a fairly straightforward piece of work to address the issues that are in resolution C and D.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sharon Stewart.
No questions.
Thank you. Councillor IMSB Chair David Typery.
Well, kia ora, Your Worship. Just a question based on some of the things that are said. Is it possible that these will be all put separately?
Yeah, it'd be my intention to go through the resolution and take it point by point. We've had a clear steer that the Chief Executive is comfortable with C and D, but not comfortable with the other recommendations.
Oh, because I'm comfortable with one, of course. But okay, I just want to know that. And again, just following on from I think some and Councillor Simpson, my preference would be going back to Finance Committee, Finance and Performance Committee. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Okay, got a few questions. The first question is it fair to say that we've suffered quite a significant loss here?
John Bishop.
Through you, Chair. So, again, theoretically, if we had taken up the rights issue, the shares now, because we bought them at $4.66 and now it's $6, theoretically would be $70 million in the profit, although we'd have had to found the initial $263 million to purchase these things. Probably the more pertinent question is, because these shares were issued at a discount to the closing price before the issue opened, and we didn't participate and weren't invited to participate, we've suffered a book loss of about $18 million. But bear in mind that the current value of our overall shareholding is $1.6 billion.
Okay, the other question I've got goes to risk, because I did raise this issue around the Auckland Airport shares in the audit and risk meeting last week, was it, or whenever it was, and that is there a risk that there could be another placement of high order of magnitude or even a low order of magnitude? So what risk is there around that?
Through you, Chair.
Can it happen?
Through you, Chair. Look, the simple answer is, could it happen? Of course, yes, it could. But this capital raising by Auckland Airport is of a very significant size, and they've basically stated loosely in their releases is that will get them through comfortably to the end of December 2021. So again,
sure,
you'd expect things to be in a better position by that stage, although of course there's no guarantees.
I do understand that, but my question goes to risk. I mean, and the context around that is, Auckland Airport is retrenching. It's talking about becoming a domestic airline. Having said that, if there was a change, and that change could be a political decision by government that it have more of an international role, that circumstance might change and they might need to have another placement. Is that a possibility?
Through you, Chair, look, it can't be completely ruled out, although I think it's very unlikely in the near to sort of medium term.
So looking at the recommendations that Councillor Darby has put up, all of which I agree with, if there is a risk and Council wants to reduce that risk, is it not appropriate that we do consider our options, make the necessary changes, have a closer relationship, if it's at all possible, with Auckland Airport, at least a conversation, and we make them aware of our displeasure, if we put it like that?
Look, through you, Chair, I mean, we can do those things, and I think it's right that we do look at our current shareholding policy, because at the moment, you know, it is inflexible and doesn't allow us to respond quickly in these situations.
Okay, so my last question is, there's nothing lost by doing all of the things A to E, and what follows is there's potential gain and a reduction in risk. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say so through you, Chair, with regard to B, because obviously markets are very volatile, especially at the moment. For us, even if we could participate at $4.66, there is no guarantee that the share price is going to be higher than $4.66 in 6, 12, 18 months' time. So, you know, increasing that stake does involve risk, unless you actually want to buy those shares and then sell them in the near term, which would be difficult given the requirement to consult and the fact that it would be a reasonably large chunk to sell down as well. So there is risk. The other point here is we did have to spend another $263 million on shares. That would increase our debt, to revenue, and you know, put us at a higher risk of a credit rating action.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Councillor John Watson.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Med. One question, and thank you for the explanations. But everything's been verbal to date. Now, I'm not sure how Councillor Darby plans to proceed with his resolutions. I'm happy to vote for them one by one, but I'm assuming in amongst everything here that there is going to be a written response to what has occurred here, outlining the council's part in it and the sequence of events, etc., etc. That doesn't necessitate a great allocation of council time. So, am I correct in assuming that such a written response is going to be forthcoming at any rate?
Again, through you, Chair, look, we can put a written response to the issues which we've raised. The reason why we haven't done that to date has simply been the very short time frame between April the 6th and today, and the other sort of resourcing, our requirements, other workload requirements around the response to COVID-19, which has taken priority.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor, but as you will appreciate, there's been quite a lot of information conveyed to us here, plus the sequence of events, plus interpretations of strategies, plausible or otherwise. It would be useful if that was captured, so we can, understand what's happened in what order, and give some time to contemplating our own view of how things might conceivably proceed in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Look, I think there is work to be done here, but I'm very conscious of the fact that with the need to reassess and completely where we are on the annual plan because of the profound change in circumstances, I think you and I and everybody else on this call would acknowledge that we want the finance team to focus first and foremost on the most critical, the most urgent issues. Do those other issues such as C&D need to be addressed? And I think we probably all agree that they do need to be addressed because, you know, we were in a situation where we had no choice because there was no time, and we're not set up to make decisions such as, yeah, we'll spend 263 million with a couple of hours notice without full consultation, which wasn't possible. So yeah, I think we need to go back and look at those issues such as encompassed in C&D, but I would really like our finance people to be able to focus on the critical issues which we're addressing in this afternoon's session. Councillor Paul Young.
Oh, just one quick question. In the near future, do we consider the option to reduce or sell few of our shares? Thank you.
Again, through you, Chair, you know, I think any sort of change or decisions around, you know, Auckland Airport ownership and that sort of stuff, again, that should be pushed through our LTP process, so into next year.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Look, I'll follow the reverse process of comments from councillors, and perhaps I can lead off. And I want to start by thanking Bram and John and Stephen for the clear answers that they've given. I think the challenge we have is in two parts. There is nobody here, I think, including Councillor Darby, that thinks that in a timeline of one business day, we could have responded by saying, yep, great idea, let's borrow 263 million and let's participate. That wouldn't have been possible. And I think the council officers made the only decision that they could make in those circumstances. I also acknowledge the things that Bram Van Mel said about the position of the airport, and we can't ignore the fact that the airport was in a desperate situation where suddenly, from being a highly profitable expanding company, they had no revenue, perhaps no revenue for much of the rest of the year, and a very uncertain financial position, including down to fundamental issues such as survival. So they did what they thought were necessary, regardless of what our opinion might be on that, in order to keep the airport surviving, and they have succeeded in lifting the share price of the airport, and as a shareholder we should be pleased about that, and the company seems to be on track to deal with the crisis that they face. If our council officers was looking for a lead from councillors on this, then perhaps they might have looked back at the choice that we made in the last council in the Finance and Performance Committee on the 21st of March 2017. In that meeting, and it was moved by Councillor Darby, we approved the officer recommendation to take a cash dividend rather than investing further in Auckland Airport's shares by participating in a dividend reinvestment plan. That is, we made a decision, and I think it was without dissent, moved by Councillor Darby, seconded by Deputy Mayor Cashmore, actually that we needed the dividend to invest in other priority projects more than we needed to sustain our shareholding in the company. That's the only interpretation that our officers could have taken of the decision that we made just on 3 years ago in the Finance and Performance Committee. The third issue is, so look, the first issue about process, we had no choice. I'm not going to criticise our council officers because they made the decision that was the only decision that they were able to make in the circumstance, and I stand behind them on that. But say things had been different and we could have made a decision over a 3-week period. Would we as a council have decided that it was appropriate to prioritise borrowing $263 million to buy shares in an existing infrastructure, the airport, in the middle of a COVID-19 crisis, when we are under very clear pressure, as everyone on this call understands, that with the reduction in revenue, we are going to have to look at deferring some capital projects that are critically needed in terms of new infrastructure. Would the public have come behind us and said, we think it's a great thing that the council is spending our money or putting $263 million of its money at risk by borrowing it to buy shares in Auckland Airport, and Auckland Airport still at that very point had a very uncertain future, when I believe actually the priority that the public would have told us was to focus on infrastructure to address things like traffic congestion and climate change and water quality and infrastructure for housing, all of the things that we've already decided are our priorities. So the other question that I think council officers would have had to have taken into account, we are faced with a situation now where we still want to implement the Auckland Transport Alignment Project, and we have to put a share of that in to get matching shares from the government. If we were to borrow more to take us even earlier across the line of our debt to revenue threshold, and therefore said to government, actually, well, we have to renege on what we've committed to do under the Auckland Transport Alignment Project because we're buying shares in Auckland Airport, do you think they would have said to us, well, yeah, that's fine, we understand why you're doing that, and we'll fill in the money that you can't provide to meet your obligations under Auckland Transport Alignment Project? And look, I think the answer to both of those questions is that, one, the public would not have endorsed us going out on what they would have seen as a risky venture to increase our shareholding in a company under real pressure because of the circumstances of COVID-19 at the expense of other priority issues that will be ongoing priorities long after COVID-19 is over, including climate change and water quality. So I don't think the public would have endorsed this council making a decision to put more shares in Auckland Airport ahead of other priority work that they expect us to be doing. And I don't think the government would have regarded it kindly, or any government would have regarded it kindly, if we said, well, we'll buy shares rather than put money into co-funding with you under the Auckland Transport Alignment Project the critical priority issues we've already agreed are important for us to address first and foremost. So in terms of the recommendations, look, I do understand Councillor Darby's frustration at the way in which this happened, but I cannot support the recommendations other than C and D. I agree with him that we need, and look, 2 months, maybe Councillor Darby could be a little flexible around that. We need to look at what our relationship is fundamentally with Auckland International Airport, and we need to understand what we're looking for in our shareholding from this body. But in terms of B, I just think that would be seen as wildly unrealistic by the public. I think we'd be people would regard us as a laughing stock if we went back cap in hand and said, hey, will you reopen it? Because they're not going to do that, and everybody on this call knows they're not going to do that. And you know, I don't think that the approach under E is appropriate too. What I would be prepared to consider, Councillor Darby, is getting the chief, you know, once we're through this crisis situation, and they're in deep crisis as well as the rest of the country, and we're facing the same challenges, to get the Chief Executive Officer in and to work through a whole lot of these points with him. That will be a professional way of dealing with what we expect from our shareholding, rather than simply, you know, writing a letter saying we're really worried that you operated in your own interests rather than ours. I don't think that would get a positive reply. So in essence, councillors, I would support C and D. I wouldn't support A, B and E, and that's how I would intend to vote. Councillor Paul Young, any comments?
Just thinking, I believe that during the middle of this crisis, and it's not proper inform us within 24 hours. That's my own comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor John Watson. John, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that, Mr. Mayor, a few technical details. Yeah, I understand what you're saying about C&D, but I just, and I think Mr. Bishop recognised that it would be possible that there would be desirable just to encapsulate what we've been told here today. It doesn't require the other work that is alluded to in C&D, but it spells out what's happened here and brings together the advice that we've been given. I think that's important as a record, not just to have a series of verbal reflections.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Hello there.
Yep, we've got you, Wayne.
Sure. So, I mean, I think I differ with you, Phil. I don't see too much of an issue with almost all of Councillor Darby's recommendations. There's nothing lost. Some of them don't have to happen straight away, and it reduces our risk.
Thank you. Councillor, once again, IMSB Chair David Typery.
Kia ora, Your Worship. I'll just speak when I vote. Thank you.
So this is, sorry, just to clarify, David, this is the time for comment.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
Yeah, okay.
My comment will be reflected in my vote.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you. Just want to clarify that. Councillor Sharon Stewart.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Desley Simpson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Look, I think this is a very interesting point to bring up. This whole issue is very important, so interesting to bring up timing-wise, considering what's coming up this afternoon. I can't vote for A because even though I am Chair of Finance, I had no knowledge of this until I received an email from a member of the public. I therefore asked for that advice and I got an answer. So I had received advice once it was done, but I had received advice, so I can't vote for A. So I want to make it very clear, I didn't have forewarning at all in any capacity, but once I did ask about it, I did receive it. Look, I'm happy to go with C and D only because Stephen, I was very surprised at the Chief Executive's response to C and D. I'll say that because I would have thought that staff, especially finance staff, are really busy doing other things. But I can run with C and D if he believes that that's something that staff can easily do within the time frame. But actually, at the end of the day, this is all very academic, isn't it? And I'm with you in such a place that at time of, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully, challenging financial times, buying shares, not sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, Worship. I would like to make a comment just by starting off to thank Councillor Darby and Councillor Bartley to present this opportunity of discussion. It is an extraordinary item. Thank you for accepting it to Your Worship. Also want to thank the officers, Brown, John and Stephen, for explaining the background, understanding how this whole thing played out and giving some advice about a way forward so this doesn't happen again. Obviously, as councillors and ISB members in governance roles, we've got that care of duty, and I actually see this as quite a serious item that's occurred, and in many ways, even though it may have been lawful, we still got diluted, and that's it's done, but it's not a very nice thing to have happened to the stakeholders and the ratepayers, the shareholders. So it really boils down to me the fact that the Auckland Council wasn't invited to participate, and I guess the recourse going forward and the helpful advice from the Chief Executive is around supporting, and which I will support, C and D as ways to go forward, and also, I just wonder if Councillor Darby has considered, in listening to the answers given by the officers, about even though the advice given was that even though we aren't the major, even though we are a significant shareholder, there are many other shareholders involved. However, I don't believe that in any way kind of undermines or steers us away from our opportunity to get some constitutional changes made at the AGM, at the next AGM. So if that was to be added and supported, I'd be happy to vote for that. So again, just thanking the officers for very good advice, background, and like yourself, Your Worship, I'm happy to support C and D. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Daniel Newman. Sorry, if we got Daniel on the line.
Oh, are you there? Can you hear me, Your Worship?
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Look, for context, it was the legacy Auckland and Manukau City Councils who preserved the legacy of their respective shareholdings that provided the gift of this council's current shareholding. And I would be grateful if Chris Darby, as a former North Shore City Councillor, could confirm if North Shore sold its entire 7% shareholding as part of a legacy divestment. AIAL has undertaken a capital raising because it had to. And frankly, it's no surprise that it had to, given that the aviation sector is being smashed because of the consequences of COVID-19. This doesn't come as a shock. What would have come as a shock to me is that we would somehow prioritise $263 million in cash that we do not have for the purpose of buying shares ahead of other priorities such as fixing potholes on a local road network and improving our stormwater network. I want to congratulate those mum and dad investors because they're taking a punt. It's a good long-term investment for them, and one day we will come out of a recession, and I think it's good news for those long-term investors. But for the moment, everyone is becoming poorer. AIAL has become poorer. Imagine if they hadn't have proceeded with the placement and share purchase plan. They would currently be in a very difficult position. So I will not be voting to support resolutions A, B and E. And with respect to resolutions C and D, well, councillors can have a report and they can have a review if they like. I actually think the officers have addressed this. I'm surprised that the Chief Executive has integrated comfort with C and D because, we can have a report, we can have a review, but it comes back to the same issue. The council does not have the means to take up the share offer. The council is not and will never be able to be an agile investor with the cash needed to respond in the form of capitalising a listed company. So the debate has been quite interesting, but I don't think I can support any of the resolutions.
Thank you. Councillor Tracy Mulholland.
Thank you, Worship. And I also want to just take a quick moment to thank Councillor Darby and Councillor Bartley for raising these matters, of which I'd read about. And I would like to just quickly comment on the matter that I believe that experts could have foreseen this going to occur. And when you play in that market, you play in that market and you have to go by the rules of the market. And I strongly believe in that. So we, whilst we have a strong holding in that, we don't get to dictate the rules. So it has been very interesting listening to the debate, and I do feel strongly that there could have been maybe some observations that this was going to occur, given the industry. And so I feel strongly about E in that we can write and express a concern. However, it would fall to legal consequence, and that we don't have that control and power. We've chosen to be in this market. So I do support C and D, and I am wondering about how E would look. I do want to acknowledge that this has been brought to the table, but I do think there should have been consideration and thought around, was this going to occur? what would we do? What was the position? But given our very, very unique and unprecedented scenario of where we're at, purchasing the shares, additional shares at the moment doesn't fit well with me, although I do support people who like to acquire shares in the market. So thank you to the staff and Mr Mayor on that basis.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Richard Hills.
Yeah, thank you. And I do thank Chris and Josephine for bringing this forward, because I think it is important. And most of us found out through media and through emails about this. But I will say that we're under extraordinary, bizarre and unprecedented, like everyone continues to say, conditions. I do not blame any staff or the chief executive at all for this. Maybe we could have had some sort of rushed out memo a couple of days later, which would have helped. But, there is 1,001 things that the executive and the CEO are doing. So there's no animosity there. It is a concern that we just didn't have the information probably to tell people or to understand it ourselves. So I'm a bit wary of B, mainly because I just don't think we have the ability to fund this if we got given the opportunity, and there's a long process that we'd have to go through consultation wise and discussion wise to allow this money. I guess we have lost our share in the airport and lost, say, 18 million technically, which, having no say in feels strange, but this is not normal time. So I do understand where Chris's passion and concern is on this. I don't think there's any negative approach here at all. But I do have concerns with B if we start up a whole process when I feel like we may not have any ability to do that. And so C and D is fine. A is basically factual, and E is neither here nor there, but I do have a concern about B, so I'll decide at the time.
Thank you. Councillor Shane Henderson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I do want to thank the mover and seconder for raising this issue first and foremost, because it is a reminder just generally that process is still important even in an emergency situation. But I will not be voting for any of these recommendations. And I think Mayor Goff raised my views perfectly, and I'll just add to that in terms of A, B and E. In terms of C, and I guess to a lesser extent D, but mainly C, I'm concerned about staff time. It says in there within 2 months. Now, 2 months is a long time, but I want our staff to be focusing fully on our economic recovery and everything that entails. And so for that basis, I'm not going to vote to commit them to this project. And it's a little bit of a heavy heart because I am concerned about the dilution of our shareholdings. I totally get where the sentiment's coming from. I worry about that too. But I also take on point the Mayor's point that we're in strange times, and there's only so much that the ratepayer will actually expect, sort of allow us to do, as well they should. And so, yeah, I hope that's clear, but that's where I'm sitting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. I followed the Auckland International Airport's fortunes over a very long time as an MP and as a Minister of Local Government and then Mayor of Auckland. And while I am usually in favour of trying to let the private sector get on and do what it does best, I've always felt that the Auckland International Airport was a major strategic asset for Auckland. So over the years, I did what I could not to see those shareholdings being diluted. But, the reality is that we've seen such growth in tourism that has now completely collapsed. And I think you summed it up for me, Your Worship, because I really struggled when we made that decision a year or two back to take the money and not the shares and sent the message to our officers that we were going to allow that dilution. So I in no way, and I wouldn't want it implied, that our officers have let us down on this occasion. And I will not support any of the recommendations but that of C, because I think there are matters of advocacy that we can have. Our relationship with the Auckland International Airport Company is hugely important. In a time when there was greater prosperity in the tourism sector, I always used to joke, oh, we could have a targeted rate on the airport that could be lucrative. It's not time to be making jokes. We are all in survival mode. It is inconceivable to me that the public of Auckland would tolerate us going and purchasing more shares. We have got a huge afternoon ahead of us to really try and look at what the priorities are going to be for Auckland. So I want to make sure that our senior staff today know that in no way that they are to have any criticism on them. I see them as totally exonerated. The elected members sent the signal back in the last term of council that they were happy for the dilution of our shareholding, which I thought was really disappointing at the time. And Your Worship, you did sum it up very well. So I will only be supporting C, and I do think there is a responsibility on all of us as elected members to make sure that we have sufficient oversight, not just on these shares, but all of the investments that the council has. And that's taking personal responsibility and not just expecting officers to do the donkey work for us. So I'm pleased that we've had a bit of a discussion about it today, because clearly some didn't know the history of the shareholding of councils and the Auckland International Airport. I know that I think North Shore actually sold off about 11% at the time, and I don't know whether Councillor Darby was actually on the North Shore Council at that stage, but we are where we are, and it's about needs and not wants. And I think we need to get on to the business of needs, which will be the afternoon's agenda. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Alf Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a little laugh with some of the comments saying that one of our councillors was 12 when North Shore, I think, decided to sell. So, Your Worship, in 2010, August 2010, I've been consistent since then around not selling the airport shares. At the time, Manukau City Council had just over 10% and Auckland City Council had 12.71 or 12.8%. And Worship, and councillors and Independent Māori Statutory Board, I ended up putting a recommendation that the shares that we got from the Manukau City Councils, the monies, the dividends, that the money be spent in the Manukau area, the old Manukau City Council area. That didn't go down too well and lost markedly. So, Your Worship, I know that North Shore had just over 7% and they sold in 99. So, you know, from my perspective, hindsight's 20/20. So, you know, and if we weren't going through this at the moment with COVID-19, I guarantee none of this would be put to us. So I want to acknowledge, as majority of the councillors and people have, both Councillor Darby and Bartley for bringing it up. Your Worship, in regards to this, I am glad that the decision was made, albeit with the changes that the NZX had made to the listing rules around the quick fire plus the 200 million. I'm just glad that they gave us a day to make a decision, because I think the right decision has been made in this particular case. So look, I look forward to the next LTP, because I have no doubt at all that any of the shares that we would have at that time, there will be discussion around what we do with those. So, Your Worship, yeah, look, I'm going to exercise the vote, and when it comes through, as you've outlined with how you want to proceed with this, I'll then make my vote on the respective A through to E. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Darby, do you want to take your call now, or would you rather be the last speaker?
Thanks, Mayor. There have been a few questions. There might be more, and then I'll just close it, I think, which is my right. Thank you.
Yep, no, that's fine. I thought you might have that preference. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Although the information in B would be quite intriguing, we're absolutely not in a position, in my view, to be purchasing shares, and I support your position and the Chair of Finance and others on that. I will only be supporting C in these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Linda Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything that's been said against these recommendations has been said, and I agree with, and even C I can't support, because I am very happy to see this when we're looking at the LTP, but I think this is not a good use of our staff time in the next 2 months, given we have critical work to do in the finance area.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pippacoon. Pippa, are you on the line?
Yep. Thank
okay,
you.
Your call.
I'm here. Yep. I do have a point of clarification first for the mover, for Councillor Darby, regarding A, and whether the intention is to clarify A as a statement of fact in terms of why no decision could be made, because I think that would be useful for the overall resolutions, to clarify that we've received, based on what we received verbally from officers. So keen just to know whether that's going to be possible to tweak A to make it a statement of fact. Just a general comment about, I think this is an important time to preserve our assets, and that we're very fortunate to have a stakeholder in the airport, and that we should be doing everything we can to preserve that. And if I'm kind of been understanding the advice that we have received, we would actually be in a more favourable position if we push back on the airport, and so we should end up being in a more favourable position if we take a stronger stance against what's happened, in rather well, the way in which it was carried out is not been, I don't think, reflects well on the airport directors. But I appreciate that staff were only being able to act. There wasn't the opportunity to make a decision, and so thank you for the advice that we've been given, and the bringing this matter to our attention. So thank you, Councillor Darby and Councillor Bartley, because I think it's a very important discussion and very important to understand what did happen.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mayor. I've really enjoyed the discussion. Thanks, Councillors Darby and Bartley, for bringing this to our attention. I just wonder, and again, maybe this is something that Councillor Darby might be able to address when he speaks. I just wonder if options B and D, or parts 2 and 4, could be deferred, because I'm a bit like Councillor Dalton, interested in what that might raise, those issues that it might raise, but I'm not sure that it's something that's directly necessary for now. I will be supporting part C, and I wonder if, again, for further clarification, if part D is more, I think it's a pretty strong letter to go back with, and I wonder if it maybe really is just a letter to look at the relationship that we as council have with the shareholding that we have at the moment. I guess, Mayor, I asked the question earlier around who was advised, and I'm not sure where it will come in a report, or if the need for our agility to respond. I know it's been difficult for us to respond here because, 24 hours we can't get all our governance structures in place so that we can make a decision. But I think as part of understanding our agility, there probably needs to be a bit more a deliberate approach in who gets what information. So I thought you did the absolute right thing in contacting the CEO once you'd had your phone call and there were discussions had. But it does cause me a little bit of concern that the Chair of Finance wasn't involved and advised, and she had to make her own communications or her own contacts known. And I don't know if the Deputy Mayor was advised. So I just think when it comes to agility, I wonder where we might see a report that at some stage will address, okay, here's probably the necessary 2 or 3 steps just so that we make sure everybody is on top of the issue. There's been a bit of comment around it being an academic exercise, and that's why I think deferring parts of the recommendation would be useful. I think we often write off notions like academic exercise. Being a former academic myself, I just wanted to invite people to think about the fact that reports will be useful in the long run, because it gives us the ability to refer back to experiences that have been had. Now we're in a situation where where I think we should be deferring some of this work because it's not vital before us now. But if it is done, it will give us the ability to be able to call back on that information. Councillor Fletcher asked them questions because she said that there were people who didn't know so much about the shares and the history of those shares. And this is why academic exercises are important, because we have written material that we can then refer to. So I've enjoyed the conversation. I welcome a report or parts C and D being done, and I think this has been really useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kathy Casey.
Well, thanks, Phil. I just have a couple of questions first of clarification. I've only got the memo that was sent round from Chris. Does his 1 to 5 resolutions correspond to the resolutions that you currently have on the screen?
The short answer to that is yes. I think the letter said 1 to 5 and they've become A to E through a process I don't understand, but I think they're the same things.
That's fine. Can I just confirm that Chris Darby is the mover and Josephine Bartley is the seconder?
That's correct.
Right. So what I'd like to do, first of all, is to, through you, Mr. Chairman, invite the mover and the seconder, having listened, as we all have, to both the challenges that were put out by this extraordinary item and the responses received from our senior staff, whether the mover and seconder is prepared to delete any part of the resolution and indeed change any part of what would be 3 or C. What bothers me, and I think I'm in the same camp as Daniel and Shane at the moment, I think we have bigger issues for our senior finance staff to deal with. And my concern is putting a 2-month time constraint on that. So it is work that we should do, most certainly. Should it be within 2 months? No, I don't think so. I think we've bigger fish to fry. So my invitation is to the mover and seconder to possibly delete those parts that we obviously know aren't going to be supported and amend the 2 parts that might be supported, removing the time constraint.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm sure that Councillor Darby will reply to that in his right of reply. Member Renata Blair.
Kia ora, Phil. No, I have nothing to add. It's been talked at length here, so I'm quite aware of all the background. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm okay that I seconded this, given the comments that are coming through, because it enabled us to have this discussion, and it was by no means any way of trying to disrespect our CEO or our officers or yourself at all, and I hope it's not taken in that vein. But I do think it does. I mean, it was a good chance to get some education on it as well. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I was informed from the Otara Papatoi local board that it was the Manukau City Council shares, but now I know that that's not the case. And also, yeah, I think it does raise some questions about process. Like it would have been good to know before hearing about it in the media and from that councillor in Melbourne. So yeah, just wait to hear from Councillor Darby in response to your questions, Councillor Casey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for your opinions, and for Josephine for your openness just then. That was most warming. The challenge I have is that I believe, as others have said, there are more pressing issues. Auckland International Airport was facing a crisis, obviously, with the finances. It had to move very quickly. It was probably excluded Auckland Council, knowing full well that we did not have the decision-making ability in the timeframes that they were trying to move to get this money landed. However, having said that, we also need to have a better relationship with the airport, as we are still the major shareholder. So I think some of these resolutions potentially are useful. However, I won't be supporting anything because I think we just need to have a paper come back in due time, and it might be an LTP, exercised by the CE and actioned by the finance team to say these are the strengths, the weaknesses, the threats and the opportunities in our policy, and these are some of the changes that we're recommending. I don't think in the next 2 months we're going to be able to achieve that, and I'd be concerned about what we are going to miss out by trying to do it once over lightly. Let's do it properly, take a bit of time and get this right. We have some strategic holdings, and we need to thoroughly understand the opportunities those holdings bring us for the future. Certainly they're currently challenging us, but the future is of the important focus. Mr. Mayor, I'd encourage councillors to actually not vote for any of these recommendations, instead encourage Chris and Josephine to put forward a mover and seconder's recommendation that the council governing body requests, instructs the chief executive to bring the finance team together to form up a paper on strategic investments and our ability to move around our shareholdings and those investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. In reply, Councillor Darby, there's been some suggestions made in the last two or three comments that you might like to consider in replying. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours. Sorry, I have a point of order from someone.
It's not a point of order. I was just wondering whether I could ask a brief question before this is summing up, so I can hear the response from Councillor Darby that I had for him. Just a very brief question.
Well, strictly it's out of order. If you can keep it very brief, and then he can encompass his reply in his right of reply.
Thank you for that. I have the highest regard for Adrian Littlewood and Patrick Strange, and I'm just concerned. I need to understand whether there is implicit criticism of them in these recommendations that are being put to us, or whether it's just a situational thing. It would be really helpful if Councillor Darby could give some explanation around that in terms of his intention.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Darby, in reply.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the members. I think it's been a lot of generosity given to this very important debate. At the outset, I just want to remind members, I'm sure I probably don't have to, but this is not a trivial matter. This is a $2 billion asset we are discussing here. And for $2 billion, you make some time. Mayor, can I just address some suggested changes? No one's forwarded an amendment. Councillor Bartley and I have been using technology to discuss some of the words. Very willing to just take out the words under C within 2 months. If the committee senior advisor might like to just delete within 2 months. Councillor Sayers raised a very pertinent point, and thank you for the nous that you're bringing there, Councillor Sayers, about raising something at an AGM. I think the next AGM for the airport company is towards the end of the year, so there's plenty of lead-in time. I think that addresses that question. Councillor Newman and Councillor Fletcher referred to the North Shore City Council former holding. That was not in my stewardship at North Shore City. It was made prior and I'm aware that they did cash up that shareholding. Councillor Coombe wanted some clarification on the first noting motion. So A is a noting motion, and so prior to this extraordinary business meeting, etc., maybe it's clearer that it reads prior to this extraordinary business item, the emergency committee has not received. If we could change that, I think that addresses Councillor Coombe's concern, because a couple of texts between me and the Chief Executive and yourself, Mr. Mayor, might be seen as well, one or two did. I am referring to the emergency committee members by way of any formal communication. So if we could delete the 2 months and make the change to prior to this extraordinary business item, the emergency committee has not received. If we can make those changes. Councillor Henderson, I think your concern about C, I'm proposing to take out that reference to the 2 months. And can I have some clarification, actually? Should the policy go to the Finance Committee or should it go to your governing body meeting, Mr. Mayor? Maybe the Chief Executive can just clarify on that. I'll just take that question first and then move on.
I think it should be GB through you, Mayor Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Could we change that, Mr. Mayor and the Senior Advisor, to the governing body? And there's no time frame on that, but we've heard from the Mayor. So I think that, so there was a question also from Councillor Collins, and I think, Councillor Collins, that last change addresses your question, I think. And Councillor Fletcher, last question. Councillor Fletcher, I don't identify and make any criticism of personalities here, none whatsoever. That would be libelous, and I'm not making that, and I'm not even suggesting that. If there's any criticism, it is the criticism of the board as a whole, an entity, not a personality. I'll make that very clear. So just in closing, Mayor, I just want to stress that there was no communication on this matter prior to today formally. And in a crisis, and I know another councillor mentioned this, just cannot recall who it was, you know, the communication does need to be frequent and it needs to be clear. And what we have discovered today is that Auckland International Airport did not ask Auckland Council to participate in the placement. It did not ask us. So there's been some suggestions, and somewhat defensive, I might add, that we couldn't turn it around in 24 hours. That is erroneous. We were not invited to participate. We did not get to consider our situation at all. We were not asked to play. So this was the key issue here. When we weren't invited, there was no placement capacity inquiry made of the council. Now, I reiterate, we're a significant cornerstone shareholder, have been for 22 years, and Auckland International Airport ignored us. And I do say that I take that to be somewhat obscene behaviour, as I referred to before. The airport company have not just ignored Auckland Council, they've effectively turned their backs on our long history of association, and they've turned their backs on the people of Auckland who we represent in that shareholding, cornerstone holding. So our job, Mr. Mayor and councillors, is not to defend the company here today. It's not to do that at all. It's to inquire, to be stewards of our shareholding, to be on the lookout for Aucklanders who expect us to be good stewards and active stewards of that shareholding, some $2 billion. Now, in your speech, Mr. Mayor, you were somewhat quick to defend the company and not defend the council's shareholding or the role of the council to be a steward. You referred to former decisions. You raised my name as being a mover of a decision. And I don't shy away from that decision whatsoever. I acknowledge that decision, but I do point out that that decision was made by a vote. It was not decreed on Radio New Zealand. So, Mayor, I do stand by all the motions here. Some changes have been made. This is a really important matter, and I would hope that we can all lend a vote of support and demonstrate to the people of Auckland that we are exercising oversight over a $2 billion asset, and we are going to support these motions to demonstrate that we are active in that oversight. And I will leave it at that, and I thank everybody for their contributions, be you a member of the committee or executive staff member. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we'll proceed to the vote.
Your Worship, may I ask a question? It's David.
Uh,
It's based around what Councillor Darby's just done in his changes.
Yes, if it helps clarify what you're voting on.
Yes, it absolutely will. So all through this, Councillor Darby's made reference to the Independent Party Statutory Board, and he's reflected that in the Emergency Committee. But by virtue of changing from finance performance to governing body, basically uses the tool to exclude our members. Why would you do that?
Sorry, that's probably a question to me, is it, Mr. Mayor?
I take it as such, yeah. It's probably as much a debating point rather than a question. So, look, no, I'm sorry. I need to. I was prepared to accept something that would clarify what it was, but that's actually a debating point, David, and I can't accept further discussion on that.
Yeah.
We're going to come to the vote. I'm just reading on my screen from Councillor Simpson. Is anybody else hungry? When we've had this vote, we'll have a break for 20 minutes for lunch, and we'll resume it at 2:30. Can I just, before we do the vote, clarify the changes that have been made by the mover and seconder. The first one is to replace councillors and IMSB members with the Emergency Committee. That then makes that statement factual, so I'm happy to support that statement. On C, the within 2 months have been deleted, so it's not set to that time frame. And on D, the report will be brought to the governing body, which is the change that has been made by the mover and seconder. So I'm going to ask Sandra
just
now.
Before you go to the vote, Mr. Mayor, I'm only changing the D on the advice of the Chief Executive, and I would never, ever seek to exclude the IMSB.
I understand that, but that's now a debating point, and I shouldn't have allowed the point of order from the chair of the IMSB. This is the point where we're voting, and it's inappropriate to debate when we're about to vote. So I'm going to ask Sandra to go through the motions. Now, sorry, this will take a little bit of time, but we'll have to go through each one individually by division. So I'll ask Sandra to call the vote, beginning with recommendation A.
Councillors, you are voting on Clause A as it is in front of you. Mayor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Bartley.
Yes.
IMSB member Blair.
Yes.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Aye.
Councillor Darby,
For.
Councillor Filipina,
Against.
Councillor Fletcher,
Against.
Councillor Henderson,
No.
Councillor Hills,
Aye, thank you.
Councillor Mulholland,
Against.
Councillor Newman,
Against.
Councillor Sayers,
Against.
Councillor Simpson,
For.
Councillor Stewart,
For.
IMSB Chair Taipere,
For.
Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Councillor Watson,
For.
Councillor Young,
For.
that is carried 15 votes to 8.
Thank you very much. We come now to recommendation B. Sorry, my mic was off. We come now to recommendation B.
Mayor Goff,
No.
Councillor Bartley,
For.
IMSB member Blair,
No.
Councillor Casey,
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore,
Against.
Councillor Collins,
Against.
Councillor Coombe,
Aye.
Councillor Cooper,
Against.
Councillor Dalton,
Against.
Councillor Darby,
For.
Councillor Filipina,
Against.
Councillor Fletcher,
No.
Councillor Henderson,
Against.
Councillor Hills,
No, sorry.
Councillor Hills, are you there?
Yeah, you said no.
Oh, sorry, I said no. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland,
Against.
Councillor Newman,
Against.
Councillor Sayers,
Against.
Councillor Simpson,
Against.
Councillor Stewart,
Against.
IMSB Chair Taipere,
Against.
Councillor Walker,
Against?
Councillor Watson,
No.
Councillor Young,
No.
that's lost 15 votes to 8.
Thank you. We come now to recommendation C, and I'll ask for a division, please.
Mayor Goff,
Yes.
Councillor Bartley,
Yes.
IMSB member Blair,
Yes.
Councillor Casey,
I dropped out, Sandra, so I don't know what you're voting on.
recommendation C,
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore,
Against.
Councillor Collins,
For.
Councillor Coombe,
Aye.
Councillor Cooper,
Against.
Councillor Dalton,
For.
Councillor Darby, Councillor Filipina,
Sandra, can you move the box down, please, so I can read C again? Thank you. Against.
where is he there? Against. Councillor Fletcher.
4.
Councillor Henderson.
4.
Councillor Hills.
In favour.
Councillor Mulholland.
4.
Councillor Newman.
Against.
Councillor Sayers.
4.
Councillor Simpson.
A presenter, sorry, it says a presenter mooted me, so I'm just sorry about that. I'm 4.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
4.
IMSB Chair Taipere.
Can I just get clarification? Is C the one with GB or D?
D.
4C.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
John, are you on the line there? We're waiting for your vote. I think we've lost Councillor Watson, so we may have to just move on.
Councillor Young.
4.
Okay, that was carried 17 votes to 5.
Thank you very much. We now come to Resolution D, and I'll ask Sandra to call the division on Recommendation D.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order.
Greg Sayers.
You can't do.
Point of order.
Just to noting that I wondered if you wanted to note that we'd lost John Watson, that he was in attendance, just a record.
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
I actually just spoke to John. His mic was on, so the issue is a technical one, not one on John's part, and he certainly is able to vote.
Okay, if John's on the line now, he can vote on this vote, and we can, with the agreement of councillors, subsequently change the former vote to have him vote either for or against. So if he can indicate when we come to his vote what his vote on the previous one was, if it's a technical problem, we don't want to exclude his right to vote on it.
I can hear everything, but.
Okay, thank you. Well, when we come to you, John, I think we're almost there. You can indicate your vote on the previous vote too, and we can amend the record. Sandra?
Yes, on Clause D. Mayor Goff.
4.
Councillor Bartley.
4.
IMSB member Blair.
Against.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Against.
Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
Sorry, against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Hills.
Yes, thanks.
Councillor Mulholland.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
Against.
Councillor Sayers.
4.
Councillor Simpson.
Sorry about that. Against.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
IMSB Chair Taipere.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Yes, and I've got Councillor Watson on the line.
Councillor Watson.
Both C and D, thank you.
Was that yes? Sorry?
That's yes for this vote, and if we can amend the previous vote, because technically, for technical reasons, he could not vote on that.
Councillor Young.
No.
So that's lost 13 votes to 10.
Thank you. And if we can amend vote on C for Councillor Watson, please, now that he's been able to get through.
Certainly.
Okay, we come to the final recommendation E. I'll ask for a division to be called, please.
Mayor Goff.
Against.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
IMSB Member Blair.
Against.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Against.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
For.
Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, is that Councillor Filipina or myself?
That was you, Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
In favour.
Councillor Mulholland.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
Against.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
IMSB Chair Taipere.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Yes, and I've got Councillor Watson on the line.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Young.
No.
That is lost 15 votes to 8.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for everybody's patience as we went through 5 votes by division. Look, I'm going to call a break now and ask for councillors to come back at 2:30.
To do that.
Oh, sorry, before I do that, because the last item on our agenda is under confidential, I will move that we now move into for consideration of it in confidence, excluding the public. Do I have a seconder for that?
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
No?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, what do we do? Do we go out and go in again? Because last week we had huge problems when we did that.
Okay,
What do we do?
let me just finish the vote, and I'll come back to that point. So I declare that carried, and if I just get clarification from Sandra on which line we come in on in order to ensure confidentiality.
Yes, councillors, you need to disconnect from this open meeting, and then after the break, when we come back, you go into the confidential meeting.
Okay, so that's clear to everybody. So we resume at 2:30, sorry. Yeah, that gives us a short lunch break, and hopefully the internet will hold up to the pressure in the afternoon. Thank you very much, and we'll resume at the said hour.